A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Family. Jane has left Mr. Race because of Mr. Race's interest in Mrs. Adams, an attractive young widow. Jane moved off the farm, taking Cokie and Laura with her, and moved into the Aces bungalow. This episode takes place early afternoon in two scenes, the farm and then the bungalow. Neil has just arrived at the farm and is met by Mrs. Adams. Listen.
You're Mrs. Adams, aren't you?
Yes?
My name is Neil Williams. A name which means nothing to you at the moment.
How do you do, Mr. Williams?
Perhaps you'll even invite me in when I add that I'm a friend of Miss Hale, who in turn is a friend of Mrs. Ace, who is the wife of the man who sold you this farm.
Yes, I think that deserves an invitation in.
Thank you.
Sounds like the title of a Maharaja. Friend of the man of the wife and...
It is a little involved, but then the reason for this visit is a little confusing, too.
Good, I love confusion. Now, let me see. Miss Hale. That would be Marge, right?
That's the girl.
You're a friend of Marge's, who is a friend of Mrs. Ace's. I met Marge, but I never did get to meet Mrs. Ace.
What's the pity?
And I met... what was that again?
I said it's a pity you couldn't have met Jane.
Mrs. Ace?
Yes. For if you had met Jane, then I wouldn't have had to check out here this afternoon.
Well, then I'm glad I didn't meet Jane.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Sit down, won't you? May I get you something?
No, nothing. Don't bother. I want to get to the point of my visit here as quickly as possible. I did have a speech all set while I drove out here. Let me see. How did it begin?
4-7?
No, it wasn't that far back. It started about 3 weeks ago.
What started?
Your interest in this farm. I believe it was around that time you first came to Mr. Ace's office.
Yes.
Well, since that day, the Ace household has been in a constant state of confusion.
What?
It seems Mr. Ace has been keeping this deal a secret from his wife. And several times during the progress of the sale, he's been forced to call up and say he wouldn't be home to dinner. Business in town. The business was legitimate. He was trying to sell you the farm.
Yes, but I don't know.
But to Jane, this sudden habit of not coming home to dinner spelled only one thing. Another woman.
Are you joking?
Not at all. And it's with no disrespect that I add the other woman with you.
Now, Mr. Williams...
Just a minute, please. Please sit down.
But I don't understand.
This is very easy for me, and if you're going to glare at me, it will make it less difficult. Won't you hear me out?
Well,
Thank you. Now, let me see. Oh, yes, you go home to dinner. Well, suspicion breeds jealousy, and jealousy will drive a woman to almost anything, and it drove Jane to the point of having Mr. Ace trailed. Naturally, she saw him with you.
But we were only talking business.
I know. Well, please don't think you have to explain it to me, but how was she to know? Mr. Ace was keeping the sale of the farm a secret from her.
Yes, he explained that to
You
me.
see, things began piling up in Jane's mind, and the first she knew, she'd built herself quite a case. In fact, she's left her husband.
Left her husband? You mean to say
I
that...
mean, she's moved into their home in town and has locked the door to them.
Well, I never heard of anything so... Mr. Williams, I want to get one thing straight first. Your visit here, is it to ask me to stay away from Mr. Ace?
Oh, no, nothing of the kind. I understand what this is all about. I came here to ask you to be the Good Samaritan and help us patch this thing up.
Well, that's different. I'll be glad to. What do I do?
There's only one thing to do. Will you come with me and have a talk with Mrs. Ace?
Of course.
You will? Good for you.
This is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard. I'm anxious to see her. I want to meet her. She has to be put straight.
Can you come now?
Of course, if you'll give me a few minutes to get dressed.
My time is yours.
I'll only be a few minutes. Make yourself comfortable. You'll find cigarettes on the table.
Thank you.
I trail them over to the coffee shop across the street, and then I trail them into the coffee shop and watch them while we order this lunch.
Oh, Kobe, who asked you to trail Uncle Ace? Why you do things like
Well,
that?
somebody has to protect your mother. I have to know just what he's doing or what he's gonna do.
Oh, I don't know why. I don't know what good it's going to do now.
What good it's gonna do?
Yes, what good is it if you're trailing?
Well, it might come in handy someday. If they ever call me to the witness stand, I'll have the goods on him, in black and white. Here, I wrote down everything I saw today. Here's what he even ordered for lunch. Tomato juice, lemon salad, sliced tomatoes, 2 hard rolls and coffee.
It's behind me how he can still have an appetite after what he did to me.
And here's what he ate. Hard rolls and coffee.
What?
That's all he ate. He ordered the whole blue plate lunch, but he only ate the rolls and coffee.
Oh, well, that's that.
I overheard the conversation he had with the waitress. When she brought him the lunch and he tasted it, I heard him say to her, "Do you allow substitutes on this lunch?" And she said, "What would you like?" And he said, "I want to put somebody in to eat this salmon for me."
You wanted to put somebody in to eat the salmon. What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't try to figure it out. I just write it all down in my notes. There it is. I want to put somebody in to eat this salmon for me. Gee, I could hardly keep from walking up and saying I'd do it.
Hokey, you didn't.
Oh, no, I was trailing him. If he saw me, the whole thing would be over.
Are you sure he didn't see you?
Oh, sure. I know how to trail a party without them seeing me. When it's outside on the street, I light a cigarette and kind of hide my face. When it's inside, I bend over to tie my shoe whenever I think they're going to see me. Oh, no, he didn't see me. You don't have to worry about that. But it was sure tough not walking over when he said that about the salmon. How's for some lunch, Mother?
Well, Laura will fix you something. She's in the kitchen.
Gee, thanks. I get awful hungry trailing people.
Well, don't trail him anymore. Go on in and eat.
Yeah, I'm going.
Honestly, you're getting to be such a bother to Miss Pokey. Oh, now what? Go on in the kitchen and I'll answer the door.
I'm going.
Oh, if it isn't one thing, it's the front door.
Well, Jane.
Oh, hello, Neil.
How are you, Jane?
Just fine. Come in.
Thanks. Oh, come on in. Jane, I want you to meet a friend of mine, Mrs. Adams.
How do you do, Mrs. A?
Pleased to meet your acquaintance. Come on in. Any friend of Neil's is a friend. Mrs. Adams.
Yes, Mrs. Adams. Mrs. Adams thought she'd like to drop in.
Neil, how could you bring that woman into my house?
Oh, now, Jane.
Go and never darken my doorstep again.
But, Mrs. A, if you'll only let
Let me
me
do it,
explain.
Mrs. Adams.
Neil, if you don't get her out of here before I say Bill Robinson...
Now, Jane, you've got to listen to what Mrs. Adams has to say.
Listen to her. There's enough people in this family that have been listening to her, if she knows what I mean.
Yes, I do know what you mean. Mr. Williams explained everything to me. You think I'm the other woman.
The other woman? Oh, so there's another woman. He's got a Harlem, hasn't he? He's a regular bluebird.
People are excited. Now, calm down, will you, Jane? Will you please let Mrs. Adams explain something to you?
She'll be talking to a deaf wall for all the good will do.
I'll take that chance, Mrs. A.
Well, you might as well. You've taken everything else around here.
But, Jane, she hasn't done any such...
Let me, Mr. Williams. I want to tell this story my own way. Do you mind if I smoke, Mrs. A?
I don't care if you burn.
Thank you.
Here's a cigarette, Mrs.
No,
Adams.
I believe I have some of my own here in my bag. Yes, here it is.
I've got that same bag in brown.
Really? Did you get yours at Morley's?
Yes, I did.
It's a lovely stuff, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I saw the brown bags, too, but I thought the black looked a little smarter.
I didn't.
Oh, not that the brown bag isn't beautiful. It is. And aren't they fitted stunningly?
Yes, they are.
I love it.
The license,
Oh, thank you. Now, Mrs. H., there seems to be a misunderstanding.
Oh, so my husband doesn't understand me. Is that it?
No, I didn't mean that.
Jane, this isn't like you. You're being rude. Now, why don't you let Mrs. Adams finish before you jump at conclusions?
I'm sure Mrs. H. will allow me to explain, and I can do it briefly, too. Mrs. H., I bought the farm you people were living on. Did you know that?
You bought the...
Yes. That's what the deal was. I kept your husband in town several nights. He told me it was supposed to be kept a secret from you. So what could we do but meet at my hotel with my brother and talk the deal over? And all the time you were suspecting heaven knows what, Mr. Ace and I were talking business. And last night I finally bought the place. My brother and I have already moved out there.
No. You see what a little sapperoo you were making out of yourself, Jane?
Oh, Mr. Williams, don't be so harsh with her. It was only natural that she should think the things she did. I know I would. But this is the truth, Mrs. Ace, honestly. You do believe me, don't you?
The black bag is smarter than mine, Mrs. Adams.
Black bag? Who cares about bags at a time like
Mr. Williams, don't you understand? She's forgiving me. It's a woman's way of giving in. Isn't it, Mrs. Ace?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Adams.
Well, I should hope you would.
Now, you just stay out of it. You're only a man and you wouldn't understand. Would you, my dear?
No, you wouldn't understand, Neil.
Well, heaven knows I try. I don't understand you, Jane. To think that you suspect Ace of running off with some other woman.
Imagine Mr. Ace doing a thing like that.
You can imagine it. You did.
But it's so funny. Me with Mr. Ace.
Well, what's so funny about that?
I don't know. It just strikes me as funny, even trying to picture the idea of him and me.
Just a minute now, Mrs. Adams. You can't talk like that about him. You and he would make a stunning couple, especially him. You can't sit there and say things like
But
that.
Mrs. Race, I was
I heard what you said. Are you sure it's not sour milk, Mrs. Adams?
What on earth do you
Just tell me something that's wrong with him. Go ahead. Just name 10 things.
It was just the idea of him and me, I say. It just seems preposterous. Every time I think of it.
Well, I don't see what you're laughing at. After all, he is my husband. All right, he can't rumba. But does a person have to
Mrs.
dance?
A, this is so confusing. You're doing such a about face, I can't.
Well, I give up, Jane. You're a problem. You're a national menace, but I love you just the same. And to show you my heart's in the right place, I'm going to let you invite me over tonight for dinner. How's about it?
Well, sure, Neil, you can come to dinner. But what does she mean she can't picture herself with him? She can't
But let's
say that.
beat it, Mrs. Adams, before she makes you take it. I'll see you at dinner, Jane. Oh, by the way, is it all right? It's all right, isn't it, to send Ace a telegram saying, come home at once, all is forgiven?
Come home at once, all is forgiven. Yes, and add, but not forgotten.
But not forgotten.
Yes, that'll just make 10 words.
Well, Jane learned the truth, and though she's very hard to please, she takes Mr. Ace back in all is serene when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Jell-O. The Jell-O program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Silver Threads Among the Brass Section. As welcome as spring, as colorful as an April rainbow, that's Jell-O. One of the gayest, cheeriest desserts you ever laid eyes on. Jell-O's glowing colors offer a rich invitation you simply can't resist. And when you taste its intriguing flavor, you're tasting a flavor that's beyond compare when it comes to downright goodness. Because Jell-O's grand flavor is just as delightful and refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Jell-O is one of the easiest desserts to prepare, too. It dissolves instantly in lukewarm water, sets as quick as a wink. So ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. By the way, next time you try strawberry, raspberry, or cherry Jell-O, just notice how much better they are than they've ever been before. Each has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something truly distinctive, really swell. Try a rich, shimmering mold of Jell-O tomorrow. Among the brass section played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies who has just returned from a quick trip to Chicago, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don Quick Trip is right. I was in Chicago and back before I knew it. 3,600 miles.
Oh, that's really traveling. Did you fly, Jack, or did you go by train?
I took the train down, and you know, that's the first time I've ever been on the Streamliner. You talk about modern design, I never saw anything like it. Like the engine was streamlined, the coaches were streamlined, and the compartments were so compact and narrow.
Well, you see, Jack, that's to cut down wind resistance. Everything has to be streamlined.
I know, Don, and I'm in favor of it. But when the conductor asked me to tape back my ears, I thought that was going too far. After all, how much can they slow the train down? But at that, you do save a lot of time.
Oh, there's no question about it. In fact, the next time I go east, I think I'll take the Streamliner myself.
With your hips? That would spoil the whole effect. Huh?
After all, Jack, I could do the same as you did and take my hips back.
You could, eh? Well, Don, let me know when you're going to use that much adhesive tape. I want to buy some Johnson & Johnson stock. That'll really start a boom. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Good to see you. We kind of missed you around here all week.
Well, thanks, kid.
I'll bet it was pretty chilly in Chicago, huh?
Well, it was for me, Mary. I'm used to this warm California climate, and that cold air sort of got me. My teeth were chattering all the time.
Why didn't you put them in your pocket?
Well, there's our little Mary right on schedule. I go all the way to Chicago to appear at a benefit, and you can't even ask me, did they like me? How did I go over? Was I a big hit?
I'll ask you, Jack. Were you a big hit?
Don, they adored me. There were 6,000 people in that Civic Opera House, and when I made my entrance, you'd think that... Oh, let's forget it. Nobody but a conceited ham could describe that ovation. Already, the minute I walked on that stage, the audience screamed.
Well, how often do they see a guy with his ears taped back?
That wasn't the only reason. I've always been a big hit in Chicago.
Hiya, Jackson. You back in town?
Yep.
Well, I was hoping you wouldn't make it. You know, I was going to do a lot of those snappy gags tonight.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I had a swell monotone already.
That's monologue. Monotone.
I wish you wouldn't correct me all the time, Jackson. It makes people think I don't know big words.
Well, you don't. Been going to night school for 6 months now. When are you going to learn something?
Don't worry, I'll get there. Romeo wasn't built in a day.
Oh, fine. Romeo, yeah.
Say, Phil, why don't you ask Jack if he was a big hit in Chicago? Don and I got a face full of it already.
Well, I was a hit. What do you want me to do, lie about it?
Oh, yeah, you played that big benefit for the Greek war relief, didn't you?
Yes, and it was a swell affair, too.
Did you get paid for it?
No, it was a benefit, Mary. Naturally, I didn't get any money.
Did you know that ahead of time?
Well, certainly. Certainly I did. Of course.
Well, didn't you even sell magazines on the train?
Oh, quiet. And that reminds me, Mary, I want you to stop kidding me about being cheap. Thanks to you, I had the most embarrassing thing happen at the station in Chicago.
What was it, Jack?
Well, Mary keeps saying I'm cheap so much, people get to believe it. Here's what happened, Don. I got off the train in Chicago carrying 4 heavy grips, and all the red caps just stood there looking at me.
You mean they didn't offer to take your baggage?
No, they just stood there. So I said, well, how about it? Will one of you fellows help me or not? Finally, one little red cap came over and said, I'll take your grips, Mr. Benny.
Uh-huh.
So I said, are you sure you want to? He said, yes, if you can do a benefit, I can. So you see, Mary, you're to blame for the whole thing.
All right, why don't you buy a second-hand gun, 1 bullet, and shoot me?
That's exactly the kind of remark I'm referring to.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Did you have a good time in Chicago?
You're a little late tonight, aren't you, young man?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Dennis, but I'll have to fine you $10.
Well, the benefit's over.
Mary, that's an old established rule on this program. The last one in gets it. I'm sorry, Dennis.
Well, it's not my fault, Mr. Benny. I was stuck in a phone booth for 10 minutes.
Stuck in a phone booth? What do you mean?
Well, I was talking to my girl over the phone.
Uh-huh.
And when I kissed her goodbye, my lips got caught in the mouthpiece.
Well, my goodness, Dennis, as long as your girl wasn't right there, you didn't have to kiss her with so much feeling.
Well, she says I'm better over the phone than in person.
Well, she ought to know. What a kid.
Say, Jackson, that reminds me. Did you call up that number I gave you in Chicago?
What number?
You know, the one I gave you before you left. Mamie Peterson.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was a smart trick you pulled on me, Phil. I called her up and her husband answered the phone.
That was Mamie. She talks like a man. What? You ought to hear her sing Asleep in the Deep.
I can imagine. Well, I'm not going to discuss it now, Phil, as we have a long show. Dennis, are you ready for your song?
How can I sing with this mouthpiece on?
You'll sing. You'll sing. Go ahead.
This is some program. Dennis is wearing a mouthpiece, you got tape on your ears, and my slip is showing.
Well, pull it up. Sing, Dennis.
In the night, in the magical light of the moon, knowing how soon night is gone. Ooh, hearts that join in a glance and discover romances are made only to fade with the dawn. Oh, for an hour you were mine, and my heart was aglow with a power beyond divine. You too have tasted delight. Must they always be lonely, alas? Who are fast in the night.
That was Two Hearts That Pass in the Night, sung by Dennis Day through a mouthpiece which belongs to the Southern California Telephone Company. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, for our feature attraction this evening and our cultural contribution of the season, we have with us tonight 4 youngsters from one of radio's most popular programs, which comes to you every Wednesday night from Chicago, The Quiz Kids. These children are here tonight to match wits with Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Dennis Day, and Phil Harris. And I will be the quizmaster. That is, I will ask the questions.
You're picking out a pretty safe job, ain't you, Jackson?
No, that's not it. That's not it at all.
Of course not. I can understand Jack's side of it. He's had much more experience in the quiz kids, and naturally he doesn't want to take advantage of them.
Certainly.
And besides, he's as yellow as a banana.
Oh, I'm yellow, eh? Well, for your information, Mary, a week from next Wednesday, I am going to be quizzed on the Quiz Kids program.
Well, you won't need that tape. They'll pin your ears back.
Oh, quiet. Now, let's see. Where did I put that list of baffling questions?
Oh, Mr. Benny,
Yes?
do I have to answer some of the questions, too?
Yes, Dennis, and I'm depending on you to pull the Jell-O team through to ultimate victory. Do you think you can do it?
Yes, sir.
Good. And now, folks...
Ultimate? What does that mean?
Oh, fine. That's a nice start we're getting, huh?
Don't worry, Jackson. Ask me the tough ones. I'll pull it through to ultimate.
That's ultimate victory. Phil, that's ultimate victory. Ultimate is an adjective.
Why not?
Well, I'd call this off right now, but the quiz kids came all the way from Chicago. Don, I hope you won't let us down.
I'll do my best, Jack. Of course, it's only fair to tell you that in school I flunked in everything but cooking.
I see.
What's going to happen to us shouldn't happen to Einstein.
You've got something there, Mary. Oh, well, we'll do the best we can. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this battle of wits will go on immediately after a short number by Phil Harris. And then we will... Hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I'm very busy right now. You'll have to call me later.
But this is important, boss. Carmichael just came out of hibernation.
Carmichael? Why, that's impossible. That polar bear was supposed to sleep in the basement for 2 more weeks. How did he happen to wake up?
Well, the gas man went downstairs to read the meter, and all of a sudden it sounded like feeding time at the zoo.
Oh, my goodness. Well, what happened to the gas man?
I don't know, but I doubt if we get a bill this month.
Now, that's just silly. Rochester, Carmichael wouldn't hurt a fly. He was just playing, that's all.
Yeah, but where's the man?
Stop being so pessimistic. Now, Carmichael's pretty hungry after sleeping all winter, so the first thing you have to do is give him a big dinner.
Well, all we got in the icebox is some roast beef.
All right, put that on a plate and give it to him.
Uh-huh.
But don't let him eat too fast. This is his first meal.
Second meal. Where's the man?
Forget about the gas man. He must have run away. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of, Rochester. After you feed Carmichael, take him in the bathroom and give him a nice warm bath.
Uh-huh.
Scrub him good, comb his hair, and brush his teeth.
Uh-huh.
And then, after you've done that...
After I've done what?
After you brush his teeth.
I forgot to tell you while I was combing his hair, I fainted.
What?
Threw some brandy on me.
Now cut that out. And if you're such a baby, I'll take care of the whole thing when I get home. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you really going to have the quiz kids on your program tonight?
Yes, I am.
They're supposed to be pretty smart, ain't they?
They're brilliant. They know everything.
Well, ask them what happened to the gas man.
Will you forget about that? And goodbye. I can't understand why Carmichael got up so early this year. He must have had coffee before going to bed. Play, Phil. I'm sure the gas man got away all right. That was a very short number played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, and quite enough, believe me. Oh, Gerard, are all you children here?
Yes, we are, Mr. Benny.
Good, good. Well, here we go, folks. The Quiz Kids versus the Jell-O Kids. And may the best team win.
May the better team win.
Oh, yes. Right, better. That's right, just a little mispronounced the word there. All right, I will now call the roll. First, the Quiz Kid, Richard.
I am Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
He's cute. You know, folks, that Richard's a whiz at mathematics. Claude?
I am Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School.
Well, I was a sophomore once. Yes, sir, I was sharp as a tack.
Now you can sit on one and not even feel it.
Quiet. Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Well, she's sweet. You see, Joan knows everything about music.
She does, huh?
Yes.
Fortissimo, kid. Pop that.
Keep out of this, Phil. You don't even know what fortissimo means.
Oh, stop, will you? Fortissimo means when you're playing a violin and you pluck on the strings.
That's a cadenza. Isn't it, Joan?
No, Mr. Benny. When you pluck the strings, the musical term is pizzicato.
Oh, yes, of course. I was thinking of raviola. That's it, Joan.
Oh, brother.
I'll be all right, Joan. Don't worry. Now, who's next? Oh, yes, Gerard.
I'm Gerard Jarrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bedlam School.
8 years old, yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Jell-O Kid, Philip.
I'm Philip Harris, and I attend the Hollywood Recreation Bowling Alley.
Isn't he adorable? What do you specialize in, Philip?
Funny monotones.
We know. And now, Mary. Mary?
I am Mary Livingston. I am 6 years old, and I graduated from the May Company.
Oh, that's a lovely school. What did you learn there, Mary?
If you worn the stockings, madam, you cannot exchange them.
Very good. Isn't she bright? Now, Donald.
I am Don Wilson. I'm 7 years old, and I have 8 chins.
Isn't he a doll? Sit down, Donald, but easy. Now, Dennis.
I am Dennis. Dennis?
Day. Dennis Day. Fine chance we've got. How old are you, Dennis?
I'll be 1 in December.
You'll be 1?
Yes, my mother's raffling me off.
I don't blame her. And now, folks, we will proceed with the Battle of Wits. And I would like to announce that I am personally awarding a prize of $10 to the winning team.
That's fair enough.
You'll find out.
Mary. Now, our first question this evening comes from Miss Edna West of Evanston, Illinois. Listen carefully, Gerard. A Coleoptera, a Musca domestica, and a Lepidoptera were having a bit of a tete-a-tete on a screen door. Now, if you suddenly appeared with a fly swatter, one of the party would leave quite hastily. Who would it be? The Coleoptera, the Musca domestica, or the Lepidoptera?
Wipe your chin.
Why? Now, Gerard, have you the answer?
Yes, sir. The Musca domestica had a reason to leave in a hurry, because it was the common housefly. The Coleoptera and the Lepidoptera shouldn't leave in a hurry because the Coleoptera is the beetle, the Lepidoptera is the moth.
Very good, Gerard. That's 1 point for the quiz kid. Now, Dennis, in order to be absolutely fair, I'm going to ask you a question along the same line. Now, listen carefully. What fly would you associate with butter? That's a little tough, so I'll put it this way. Butter is associated with what fly?
The butterfly, of course.
Gerard, I didn't ask you. This question is for the Jell-O kid. Dennis, do you know the answer?
No, sir.
Mary Livingston. Mary Livingston.
The butterfly.
Correct. And there's a point for the Jell-O team. Both sides are even. Now, let's see.
Or is it a bumblebee?
The question is over. Now, here's a problem in mathematics sent in by Miss Catherine Johnston of Los Angeles. I think this is in your department, Richard.
I'm ready, Mr. Benny.
Now, listen carefully. Two men who earn $450 and $150 a month, respectively, decide to build a house and divide the cost in proportion to their income. Each of these two men has 3 sons who help with the work, but they cannot work full time. Listen carefully. One works every day, the second every other day, the third every third day, and so on. Are you following, Richard?
Yes. Are you?
Don't worry about me, Bob. Now, they all work the first day, get this carefully, they all work the first day and finish the house the second day that they all work together.
Each guy has 3 kids, huh?
Phil, go away, will you? Now, Richard, one joint owner had to pay $1,500 more than the other. How much did the house cost, and how long did it take to build it? Well, Richard, have you figured out the answer yet?
Yes, sir. The house cost $3,000, and it would be 60 days before the house was finished.
Excellent. $3,000 and 60 days is correct.
How do you know?
I trust Richard. Now, Dickie boy, Richard, will you please tell us how you arrived at the 60 days?
Well, you find the prime factors in each number and multiply them the most times they appear in any one group of numbers. So that would be multiplying 1 by 2 by 2 by 3 by 5.
Oh, yeah. If you don't get that prime factor, you're a dead pigeon. No, really. You must prime it up, you know.
If I was Richard, I'd kick you right in the shin.
Quiet. Continue, Richard.
By multiplying these prime factors together, you get the product of 60, which is the least common multiple of these numbers.
Obviously. Very good, Richard. I was afraid you'd miss on that least common multiply. Or multiple. And there's another point for the quiz kid, making the score 2-1. Now, Mary, here's your question.
The answer is 15.
Wait till I ask you. Now, Mary, concentrate. If you had 20 apples and your mother took away 5, how many would you have?
I give up.
You know it's 15. The score is now 2 for the quiz kid and 2 for the Jell-O kid. That was a tough one, Mary, but you came through.
There's something funny going on around.
Gerard, if you don't think that's fair, I'll ask one of the Jell-O team another question. Donald Wilson.
Yes, sir?
Now listen carefully. If you are on your way to your neighborhood grocer, and his store was 2 miles from your house, and you could make it in 17 minutes by rowing a boat across the river, have you got it so far?
How wide is the river?
350 feet.
I see.
However, on this particular day, there's a strong current carrying you downstream at the rate of 3.6 miles per hour. So it takes you an extra 23 minutes to reach the grocery store. Now, here's the question. What did you buy when you got there?
Jell-O!
Absolutely correct. Now, Don, what flavors of Jell-O would you purchase?
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry.
Yes, go on.
You say there was a strong current downstream?
Yes.
Orange, lemon, and lime.
Very good. Very good. Don, you're a big fat genius. The score is 2-2, and both teams are even.
Wait a minute. I demand the recount.
Dennis, you're on our side.
Oh.
Remember that. Now, Claude.
Yes, sir?
Here's a problem in the field of ichthyology.
Ichthyology? What's that?
How do I know? Now, Claude, name the 5 subclasses of fish in order of their development and give examples of each. Go ahead, Claude.
As far as these differ, but I prefer this setup.
Oh, I do too.
First come the cyclostomata, which are the lamprey eels and hagfishes. Next, we find the elasmobranchii, which are the sharks and rays. After that, we come upon the gainoidii, which are the armored fishes, an example of which is the sturgeon.
Oh, the sturgeon, yes. I have it quite often, the sturgeon. I get it in Lindy's a lot.
Then come the teleostomi.
The tele, the tele.
Of which 90% of the fish world are composed.
I see.
And last but not least come the dipnoi, which are the lungfishes, of which there are only 5 species living in the world today.
Only 5. I thought there were 6. Wasn't that funny? Very good, Claude. Now, Phil Harris, I'm not playing any favorites, so I'm going to ask you a question on the same subject. Are you ready?
Yeah.
How do you spell fish? Go ahead, fish.
F-I-S-C-H.
That's right, Joe Fish. I know him well. That's 3 points for each side. Both teams are even. Isn't it wonderful how we're running neck and neck?
I'm sorry I know you.
Quiet. And now for the final question, and this is the toughest one of all. Joan Bishop.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
I understand you're an authority in the field of music. That is, you can identify any number played, whether classical or popular. Is that correct?
Well, I think I can.
You can. That's your specialty. Now, Mr. Harris and his orchestra will play a few bars of a musical selection. Now, Joan, I won't tell you whether it's classical or popular, but see if you can identify this melody.
The kid ain't got a chance.
We shall see. Go ahead, Phil. All right, that's enough, boys. All right. All right, Joan, what's the title of that number?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, is it popular or classical?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, you haven't. Well, Joan, would you like to hear that melody again?
I'm afraid that won't help.
Aha! We stumped one of the quiz kids. Here's your chance, Jell-O kid. Phil Harris, what was the name of it?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, what was the name of that song?
I don't know. Hey, Phil, what was the name of that song?
I don't know. Hey, Phil!
Never mind. The name of that song is There I Go, and the Jell-O kids win 4-3. Congratulations. Tough luck, quiz kids, but you lost fair and square. Play, Phil.
A prominent citizen arrived in town today to be with us for the Easter holidays. He's Mr. Easter Rabbit himself. In interviewing him for this program, we asked Mr. Rabbit, what's the good word? And he replied, the good word, my friends, is Jell-O. And confidentially, you might tell your listeners that a swell dessert for Easter would be a creamy Jell-O parfait. A swell dessert, ladies and gentlemen, and I might add, an easy one to bake, too. Simply prepare one package each of strawberry Jell-O, and Jell-O's grand vanilla pudding is directed on the boxes. While the Jell-O is chilling, turn the pudding into parfait glasses, filling them about 2/3 full, and then chill. When the Jell-O is slightly thickened, pour it over the pudding and chill until both are firm. The result will be a gloriously creamy, delightfully refreshing dessert. So get a package of strawberry Jell-O tomorrow and blend it with a package of Jell-O vanilla pudding for the best Easter dessert you ever tasted. Creamy Jell-O parfait.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
It's the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Wyoming, Why Do You Begin with W? When it comes to gay, colorful beauty, ladies and gentlemen, the flowers that bloom in the spring certainly have a real rival in Jell-O. Jell-O is one of the most attractive, most inviting desserts you can possibly serve. It fairly glistens with goodness, shining and shimmering with a rich, lustrous look all its own. And Jell-O's bright, glowing colors are a joy just to behold. As for flavor, well, Jell-O's flavor is simply irresistible, as delightful and refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. And Jell-O is pleasantly inexpensive, pleasantly easy to make. So enjoy this swell treat real soon in all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Be especially sure to try strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O, because each has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And that means a new distinctive goodness, something really fine. Make up a luscious mold of rich, radiant Jell-O tomorrow. Wyoming, Why Do You Begin with W, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again I bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who last Sunday night refereed that famous battle of wits between the Quiz Kids of Chicago and the Jell-O
Hold
Kids.
it, Don, hold it. Mary just called up and said that Jackson won't be here tonight.
Well, why not?
Well, he's worried to death about his appearance on that Quiz Kids show next Wednesday night. He's home studying so he'll be as smart as they are.
He should live so long.
You said it, Dennis. You know, them kids is mental giants. Why, even I'd be afraid to go on their program. No kidding.
Well, Jack is taking this pretty seriously. I understand he even had Mary over to his house all day yesterday asking him questions. That's all that's on his mind. The Quiz Kids. Questions, answers, questions, answers.
What a mess. I can't get over it. If my father told me once, he told me 1,000 times. Go to college, learn something. But no, I had to get into vaudeville.
Jack, concentrate. Have you got the answer to this question yet?
I can name you every vaudeville theater in the country. I even know the first name of every one of Fink's mules. From Bessie to Jerome. But will they ask me that next Wednesday? No.
Oh, quit beefing. Do you know the answer to this question or not?
No, what is it?
1492.
Holy smoke, was it that long ago? All right, Mary, ask me another one.
Okay. Here's an easy one. What's the Taj Mahal?
An auto court on Ventura Boulevard.
Oh, for heaven's sake. The Taj Mahal is in India, and it's one of the 7 wonders of the world.
Oh. Gee, I'm dumb. I guess I don't know anything, do I?
Well, let's keep on anyway. Here's another question. Name the President of the United States whose likeness appears on a $20 bill.
A $20 bill? I don't know.
Well, go up and look in your mattress.
Oh, stop, will you? Say, I wonder if the quiz kids know anything about the Taj Mahal. I'll have to ask them after dinner.
After dinner?
Yeah, didn't I tell you, Mary? You know, I'm so nuts about those kids, I invited 3 of them to stay here at my house. I just couldn't let them go to a hotel. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Where are the quiz kids?
Well, Richard and Gerard are in the backyard discussing anthropology.
Anthropology, eh? Well, did you hide in the bushes and make notes of what they said, like I told you to?
Yes, sir. And say, boss.
What?
Did you know I'm not a Caucasian?
No, but if they say so, it's right. Now, where's the other boy, Claude?
He's in the library reading Shakespeare.
Shakespeare? I'm going to have a tough enough Wednesday night without him pulling that on me. Go in the library and see if you can mix them up.
Mix him up?
Yes.
I tried to, and he said, "Oh, fellow, don't mess around."
Gazooks, I'm cooked. Well, at least find out what he's reading, and I'll read the same thing. See you later.
Okay, boy. Parting is such sweet song.
Get out of here.
Say, Jack, here's a question in American history they might ask you.
A lot of good that'll do. All I know is show business and vaudeville theaters. Go ahead anyway.
What city is on an island that was purchased from the Indians for $24?
What city is on an island that was, let's see.
I'll give you a clue. Where's the Roxy Theater?
New York. New York is the answer. I got that one right. You know, Mary, I might do pretty well against those quiz kids Wednesday night.
Oh, sure.
All I need is a little hint now and then.
A big hint would throw you.
No, I don't know about that. Well, that's enough for now, Mary. I'm going to the library and talk to Claude. See you later. Let's see. The Taj Mahal is in New York, and it was built in 1492. I must remember that. And then whoop! Rochester, what are you doing at that keyhole?
Bend down here, boys, and take a look at Claude.
Now, what's he doing?
That boy's got Shakespeare in one hand, H.G. Wells in the other, and his forehead ain't even wrinkled.
Well, I'm going in there and talk to him. Meanwhile, Rochester, why don't you get Richard and Gerard and take them down in the basement to see Carmichael?
I better not, boss. That bear's been in a mean mood ever since he came out of hibernation last week.
Oh, nonsense. Carmichael's as gentle as a lamb.
Then what happened to the gas man?
Will you stop worrying about the gas man? He probably went downstairs, read the meter, and walked out the basement door.
Well, we know he went downstairs, and we know he read the meter.
Uh-huh.
But walking out that basement door ought to pay fantastic odds.
Oh, don't be so pessimistic. Now, take Richard and Gerard down to see Carmichael. I'm going in and talk to Claude. Well, how's my little man this evening?
Fine, thank you, Mr. Benny.
Good, good. I see you're studying up on the immortal bard. That's Shakespeare, you know. How are you coming along?
Very well. I'm memorizing Hamlet.
Memorizing? Well, look, Claude, I want to ask a little favor of you. It's nothing much, but it might help me out.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Well, when I appear on your program, I wish you and the rest of the kids would kind of take it easy and miss on a few questions.
Miss?
Yes. Now, I wouldn't ask you any favors, Claude, but you see, when I was a child back in Waukegan, I was kind of a poor kid, and I didn't have any books or much of an opportunity to learn anything. You know?
Well, didn't they have a library in Waukegan?
Yes, Claude, but you had to walk up 3 flights of steps to get there. I was such a weak, sickly child, I didn't have the strength to climb those steps. Huh?
Well, didn't you have any friends who could go to the library and get a book for you?
No, Claude. Everybody hated me. They used to call me Mouse Face. So you see, Claudie boy, if you'll just give your Uncle Jackie a break Wednesday night, you'll be doing me a great favor.
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Benny, but I'm afraid that wouldn't be ethical.
Oh.
We must answer the questions if we know them.
All right, kid. If it's a battle you want, let's go. What's the Taj Mahal?
The Taj Mahal is a white marble mausoleum which was built at Agra, India, by the Shah Jahan as a monument for his favorite wife, Mumtaz Mahal.
Oh, yes, Mumtaz.
It took 20,000 men 22 years to construct
That's enough,
the temple.
Claude. You know it all right. Now, let me tell you something. As long as you're so ethical, I'm going back and study my books, too.
But, Mr. Benny, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
You didn't, eh? Well, before I go, kid, here's one that'll stump you. Answer this. Who is the manager of the Penn Theater in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania? Come on. What's his name?
I'm sure I don't know.
Johnny Galvin, that's who. Think it over, kid. That burns me up. Invite him to the house, he can't do me one little favor. Has to be ethical. What kills me at dinner tonight, that kid will probably have 4 helpings of mashed potatoes. He eats like a horse.
Who eats like a horse?
Claude. He won't even cooperate with me.
Did you pull mouth face on him?
Not only that, I had tears in my eyes. Oh, well. Ask me some more questions, Mary.
Okay.
I got him on that Johnny Galvin, though. You should have seen his face, Mary.
I'll bet. Here's a good one, Jack. Name the states that border the Mississippi River.
The Mississippi? Let's see. There's Missouri, Tennessee, Louisiana, and then there's Idaho. No, that's wrong. No, I know. Alabama. You know, Mary, one time I played Mobile, Alabama. And then there's Kentucky. I guess that's about all. Ask me another question.
Okay. Here's one in spelling. How do you spell physiotherapy?
What?
Physiotherapy.
Physiotherapy? Let's see. Capital F-I-Z.
Never mind, spell cat.
Wait a minute. I'm not through with physiotherapy yet.
I am, and I'm sick of you, too.
It's a fine attitude. Well, I've got a headache again. Come on, Mary. Let's go out in the yard and see what Richard and Gerard are doing.
Okay.
Burns me up. I'd ever accept that invitation to go on their program. I wouldn't mind being stupid, but I've got gray hair. Oh, well, this is only Saturday. I still got 4 days to study.
Yeah, why worry? You might get run over before Wednesday.
With my luck, they broadcast from the hospital. Where are you going, Rochester?
I'm going out in the kitchen and fix dinner.
Well, did you take the children downstairs to see Carmichael?
Boss, I don't think I ought to take those kids near that polar bear.
Now, listen, Rochester, if you're so worried about what happened to the gas man, for goodness sake, call up the gas company.
I did call the gas company.
What did they say?
Where's the man?
Oh, you're as crazy as Mr. Billingsley. Now, call us as soon as dinner is ready. I'll be with Gerard and Richard. Physiotherapy. I hope I can... Oh, there they are.
See, those kids are cute.
Yeah. Let's sneak over and hear what they're talking about. Every little bit helps.
Say, Richard, hasn't Mr. Benny got a nice house?
He certainly has. But you know, Gerard, I think we're paying as much here as we would at a hotel.
Why, Jack Benny. So that's why you put that sign out front Beverly Hills Tourist Haven.
I just did that for a gag. Well, hello, Gerard. Richard?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Are you still worrying about next Wednesday night?
No. I've been studying like a little demon, and I expect to be very good on your program.
I hope so, Mr. Benny. We like you.
We sure do.
Well, that's good. You know, kid, I didn't intend to bring this up, but when I was a child, your age, Mary, I had a stand on the street corner selling newspapers. when I should have been in school. I mean, what chance did I have to study?
Well, why didn't you read the newspapers?
My eyes were bad. I tell you, kids, I used to stand there on the street corner barefooted. Get your paper here, I'd say. Extra. Extra.
Dewey takes vanilla.
Oh, stop. Anyway, kids, if I miss on some of the questions Wednesday night, you miss some of them too, will you?
But, Mr. Benny, we don't know what the questions are until they ask us.
I know, but, Richard, whatever they do ask you, miss a few, just as a favor to me.
That wouldn't be ethical.
Ethical, smethical, that's all I hear. How would you kids like it if I raised your rent? Now, look, fellas, I don't like to get tough. But
Hey, Jack, look who's coming.
Oh, yeah. Pardon me, kids. Good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Playing with the kiddies, I see.
Yes, we're having a lot of fun. They're adorable little rascals. Very brilliant, too.
Yes, I know. I asked one of them to look at my watch this morning, and he told me the exact time.
Your watch? Well, what's so difficult about that?
The hands have mittens on them.
Oh, I see. Well, look, Mr. Billingsley, if the hands are covered, how do you tell time?
Oh, I always go by the stars. You can't miss that way.
The stars? Well, that's a good system at night, but what do you do during the day?
I'm a busboy at the Brown Derby.
Well, I can see we're not getting any place, so let's discuss this later. Shall we, Mr. Billingsley?
Yes. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, I wouldn't dare.
I can't understand that guy. Now, kids, getting back to the...
dinner's ready.
Okay, Rochester, go get Claude. Come on, Mary. Come on, Richard, Gerard.
Oh, boy, food. Gee, I'm hungry.
Well, we got a nice dinner prepared for you. Roast duck and everything. You know, kids, there was one thing I forgot to tell you about my childhood. You know, there was a public library in my hometown, but you had to climb 3 flights of steps to get there. And I was so weak and frail that as much as I wanted an education... I'm full. Well, kids, didn't Uncle Jackie give you a nice dinner tonight?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
I'm glad you liked it.
I certainly enjoyed that Marilla Colares.
Oh, it was sent... I beg your pardon? Marilla Colares. What's that, Gerard?
That's the Latin word for duck.
Oh, the roast duck. The Latin word. Yes, it was delicious.
I thought the mashed potatoes were a little too lumpy.
Mary, don't be funny. Well, kids, Uncle Jackie's pretty tired from studying all day, so if you don't mind, I think I'll go up to bed. See you in the morning, everybody.
Oh, Mr. Benny, do you want me to tell your story again tonight?
No. No, thank you, Richard, thank you. I'll fall asleep all right. Well, good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night, Mary.
Good night, Jack, and for heaven's sake, stop worrying.
I'm not worried. Say, Rochester, go upstairs and turn down my bed, will you?
Okay, boss.
I'll answer the door. Marilla Colares. Amazing how that little child knew that. Huh? Good evening.
Good evening.
Say, mister, my wife and I'd like to rent a room.
A room?
Yes, we were driving by and saw your sign. We're on our honeymoon.
Oh, that sign, Beverly Hills Tourist Haven. Well, I just put that up for a gag. I really have no rooms for rent.
Show him the license, Homer.
No, I really haven't any vacancies. I'm sorry. Okay. Come on, Sam. Sam, that must be short for bland. Well, I might as well hit the hay. Now, let's see. Physiotherapy is the Latin word for duck. No, that's not it. Oh, well, I'll probably think of it in the morning. Well, good night, Rochester. Tomorrow's Sunday, and it's my busy day, so wake me up early, will you?
Yes, sir.
Boy, am I tired. Been a tough day for me, all right. Geez, that feels good. Wonder if I ought to look now and see whose picture's on a $20 bill. No, I'll wait till morning.
You better take your clothes off, boss. You're liable to fall asleep that way.
I'll just rest for a few minutes and take them off later. Good night, Rochester.
Good night, boss. I left your chin strap on the dresser.
Thanks. Oh, boy, am I all in. Questions, answers. I don't know why I ever got into this mess. Taj Mahal. Imagine, it took 22 men, 20,000 years to build it. No, that can't be it. Must have been 20,000 men. Can't get over that little kid knowing all about it. Physiotherapy. I never saw kids with so much.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, presented every Wednesday night by the makers of Alka-Seltzer.
Hey, look at all those people. Well, I just have to do the best I can.
I will now call the roll. Jackie?
I am Jackie Benny. I am 9 years old, and I attend the Taj Mahal School in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. I'm ready, sir.
William?
I am William Shakespeare. I am 7 years old, and I go to the King Lear School in Hamlet, Indiana.
Shakespeare? Gee, you ought to know all about Shakespeare. What chance have I got?
Isaac? I am Sir Isaac Newton. I am 4 years old, and I discovered the law of gravity.
That's gravity. Hey, mister, Phil got that wrong. I mean, Sir Isaac. Gee, she looked like Phil.
And now, lady?
I am Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva?
I am 12 years old, and I'm riding at Faye Meadow.
Oh, boy. I pity the horse. Well, let's get going with the questions. Did Uncle Jackie give you a nice dinner tonight?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Benny. Yes, Mr. Benny.
The score is now Quiz Kids 1492, Benny nothing.
Gee, I better get going here.
Now, William Shakespeare.
Yes, sir?
Finish the quotation, to be or not to be.
Hey, I know that one, but I haven't any vacant rooms.
Show him the license, Homer.
To be or not to be?
To be or not to be, that is the question.
And the answer is Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert.
That's John Wilson.
It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and Marilla Calaris.
Gee, that must be the Latin word for lime.
So look for the big red letters on the duck.
Darn it. That's another question I missed. Hey, mister, ask me something. I know lots of answers.
All right, Jack Benny. Here's a question for you. If you had a farm of 22,000 acres, and on this farm you planted library steps.
Library?
Yes. And each of these farmers had 3 sons, but the 5th son could only work every 8th day. And the 7th...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Now, here's the question. How wide is the river?
What? What river?
The Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal? What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
Who are you? I am the gas man. I am 32 years old, and I'm wearing a white fur coat.
Oh, my goodness, he's inside a car, Michael.
Correct. 1 point for Rochester Van Jones.
You keep out of it. Come on, Jackie. Are you going to answer the question or not? How wide is the river?
Let's see. 22,000 acres of library space. I got to find the prime factor and the least common multiple. Well?
Do you know the answer or not?
Give me a chance, will you?
Let him have it. Chief will beat it out of him.
I'll get it.
You better get it or you'll get the electric chair.
The electric chair? No, I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
The electric chair?
Mary, what are you laughing at?
Who discovered electricity?
Benjamin Franklin, but I'm sorry. Hey, mister, I've got the answer. The river is... Take it easy, Sam. I know the width of that river. The river is...
He doesn't know.
Mouth
face.
I know it.
Mouth face.
Please, fellas, give me a chance.
Knock him down, men. Off with his head.
Let me out of here. Let me out of the chair. I know the answer. The river is...
Boss, wake up.
The river is 300 and...
Boss, what's the matter with you? Wake up.
Rochester, get away from me. I've got the answer.
Boss, wake up. You've been dreaming.
The river is... What?
You've had a nightmare, boss. Wake up.
A nightmare? Oh. Well, gee whiz. Wow, what I just been through. You know, Rochester, I just dreamt I was in the Quiz Kids program, and I didn't know the answers.
Did you have to dream that?
Thank heaven it was only a dream. Hand me that chin strap, Rochester. I want to look nice for my new picture.
Here you are. Good night, boss.
Good night, Rochester.
Friends, when you receive your copy of General Foods' new dessert recipe book, I bet the very first thing you'll say is, what a beauty. Because it certainly is one of the most attractive books you ever saw. Just take the cover itself. Front and back, it's one big, beautiful picture, showing almost 24 different luscious desserts in a vivid pattern of red, blues, yellow, pinks, and every other color you can think of. And when you look inside this lovely book, you'll be practically dazzled by the sight of so many rich, glowing color photographs and paintings. And then you'll see that the whole book is crowded with what strikes you as the world's cleverest and most enticing recipes. Recipes for every dessert under the sun. Pies, cakes, cookies, Bavarians, ice creams, and, well, just simply everything. 365 different dessert recipes and suggestions of all kinds. A brand new dessert for every day in the year. So, friends, be sure to write for your copy. All you have to do is mail 10 cents and coin or stamp to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. That's all, just 10 cents. And remember the address, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Send for your copy today. Hurry. Say, wait a minute,
Hurry.
Frank Bingham, what's all this hurry about? Is there a circus in town?
Well, it is circus time, Don. But what I'm telling the folks to hurry about is to hurry and try Jell-O puddings. Those new, creamy, ready-prepared puddings that bear the Jell-O name. Like Jell-O, Jell-O puddings are tops for quality and unsurpassed for rich, delightful flavor. And like Jell-O, Jell-O puddings are easy to make. To prepare them, you simply add milk, cook until thickened, and then cool. And what a grand, mellow flavor. Jell-O puddings sell for the same low cost as Jell-O, too. And you can have your choice of 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Start in tomorrow to enjoy the tempting goodness of smooth, creamy Jell-O pudding. Remember, when you go to your grocer's for Jell-O, be sure to get Jell-O pudding. Hurry.
The last number of the 28th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now, I want to take this opportunity of thanking the makers of Alka-Seltzer, Lewis Cowan, and the Quiz Kids for their splendid cooperation on tonight's program. And, folks, if you think I had a nightmare tonight, listen in Wednesday. Those kids will...
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Bill Harris Alice Faye Show. your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Tonight, Frankie attempts to put across one of his big business deals. If he succeeds, this will make Remley one of the biggest stars in television. More about that later, but first a word from RCA Victor. RCA's world-famous research centers and RCA's incomparable research facilities have been responsible for every major advance in television. It's a magnificent record, a great achievement. And now, RCA's continuing research has gone on to develop a completely new circuit system that now brings you television with picture power. Take the Covington, for example. The Covington is a new RCA Victor superset, and it brings you the clearest, strongest pictures ever, thanks to picture power. Deep in the city or out in the country, in any television area, this beautiful 17-inch console superset brings in the best reception possible. And when you buy the Covington, be sure to ask about RCA Victor's factory service contract. When you buy RCA Victor television with RCA factory service, you get television's greatest combination. Brought to you by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. It's early morning in the Harris household, and the family is having a nice, quiet breakfast, when suddenly the telephone rings.
Hello, this is the home of Phil Harris, star of the RCA Victor radio program.
Hello, Curly. This is Frankie. I got great news for you. A sponsor just signed me to star in my own television show.
Oh, well, that's very nice, but don't you think you should have called Ava first?
Why should I call Ava?
You must be Sinatra. You can't be the Frankie I know.
I'm not Sinatra. Curly, this is Francis.
Oh, the talking mule. Hey, is it true that you're that way about Trigger?
Don't be a wise guy. This is Frankie Remley, and a sponsor signed me to star in my own television show. What do you think of that?
Come right over here. I want to smell your breath. Bring your sponsor with you, too. He gets a saliva test.
Don't be a funny man. There's one thing I can't stand. It's a wise Cherokee drummer. This is on the level. In fact, I'm going to sign the contract with the sponsor now. By the way, how's Alice feeling?
She feels fine.
Good. Keep her that way. See you later, Curly.
Hey, Remley, look. Remley. You like that? I can't believe it. What sponsor would hire Remley? What can that guy be selling? Fingerprint remover? That's the darndest thing I ever heard of.
Phil, who have you been talking to? Phil, what's the matter? You look like you've had a shock.
Yes, Philip, you look awfully pale. All the blood is drained out of your eyes.
Oh. Phil, what's wrong?
Frankie just called.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happen while you're eating. What does the gremlin have to say?
Well, he had some news for me.
Good news or bad news?
Well, that depends. If you don't have a television set, it's good news. But if you got one, you're better off dead. You know something? Remley is going to do his own television show, and Alice, stop taking the tubes out of our set.
I can't believe it. Who would want to hire Frankie? He doesn't have any talent as far as I'm concerned.
Wait a minute now. Hold it a minute. He does have talent. Well, he does. You ought to see him at parties. He does great barnyard imitations.
Well, what kind of barnyard imitations?
He acts like a jackass, dresses like a scarecrow, and eats like a pig.
I suppose you think that's easy. You know something, Alice? I've been thinking, if Frankie can get into television, why can't we? We could do...
Now, save your breath. We have a successful radio show, and that keeps us busy enough. I have no intention of taking another job.
Well, why not, Alice? Well, you could use the extra money.
True.
You need extra money like Gary Cooper needs elevator shoes. Alice, TV is the big thing.
Forget it, Phil. As long as we're doing this show, nobody can talk me into going into television.
All right, if that's the way you feel about it. Can't understand it. I wonder what Remley promised that sponsor to get him to hire me.
Well, it's a pleasure to do business with a sponsor like you, Mr. Finkelfinger. You'll never be sorry you signed me to star in your TV show.
I certainly hope not. Of course, I was counting on getting the lonesome gal.
Well, don't you worry. The girl I'm getting in to take her place on my show is even better than the lonesome gal.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Alice Faye will be sensational as the desolate dame.
Well, I don't know about that title. Miss Faye is too nice to be called a dame.
Well, all right. We'll change the title. We'll call her the Forlorn Frail. Or how about the Torchy Tomato?
That's a good one.
Then it's all set. Our contract's in effect.
Not so fast. Nothing is in effect until you get Alice Faye to sign this contract.
She has to sign it?
Mm-hmm. I may look like a schnook, but I'm not.
Yeah, well, if you insist, I'll go over to her house and get her signature.
Good. You'll get the contract signed and bring Miss Faye to NBC today at 5 o'clock for rehearsal.
Okay. See you later, Fink. Gotta figure out a way to get Alice to sign this contract. She may not want to be the Torchy Tomato. I better not tell her what kind of show it's going to be. First, I'll trick her into signing, then I'll tell her. Hiya, Curly. Where's Alice?
She's inside, Remley. Look, I gotta know something. Where on earth did you ever find the sponsor?
Never mind. I managed to dig one up.
How deep do you have to go? Remley, what makes you think that you got enough talent to have your own show?
Curly, that isn't just my opinion. A lot of people think I have talent.
Name one.
My psychiatrist. And he's not alone. His psychiatrist agrees with him.
Oh, gonna do your show from the couch, huh?
Hello, Frankie.
Hi, Alice.
Hey, what's this wild rumor I hear about you getting your own show? What kind of a show is it going to be?
Before I answer that, would you mind signing this?
Well, what is it?
My report card. You sign right here and...
Oh, stop it. Come on, tell us. What is the name of your new show?
Frank Remley, Typical American Boy.
You're going to portray the typical American boy? Who's your sponsor, Russia? I mean, you could never carry a show along.
I don't intend to. I'm planning on using a young lady.
Oh? Who is the young lady, Frankie?
Well, I can't tell you that, Alice, until you sign for this telegram.
Frankie, what are you up to?
Nothing. I just came over to hear Alice sing.
Well, what brought this on? Why do you want to hear her sing?
Yes, Frankie, why do you want to hear me sing?
Well,
That's enough reason for me. I'll do it.
What are you gonna do? You're so undecided. You say you do and then you don't. You say you will and then you won't. So what are you gonna do?
First you say you do and then you don't. Then you say you will and then you won't. You're undecided now. So what are you gonna do? Now you wanna play, then it's no. And when you say you'll stay, that's when you go. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? I've been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense, 'cause you keep me in suspense, and you know it. Then you promise to return. When you don't, I really burn. Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it. If you got a heart, and if you're kind, Don't keep us apart, make up your mind. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do?
It seems that you keep slowly driving us crazy. We can't make head or tail out of you.
My mind's gone bad, I feel that everything's hazy. Don't know exactly just what to do.
What are you gonna do? First you say you do, and then you don't. Then you say you will, and then you won't.
I'm undecided now, so what am I gonna do?
So undecided.
Now you wanna play,
and then it's no. And when you say, that's when you go.
I'm undecided now, I don't know just what to do. I've been sitting on a fence, and it doesn't make much sense.
'Cause you keep us in suspense, and you know it.
And I'll promise to return.
When you don't, we really burn.
Well, I guess I'll never learn, and I show it.
If you got a heart, and if you're kind, then don't keep us apart. Make up your mind. You're undecided now, so what are you gonna do? If you got a heart, and if you're kind, make up your mind. Don't be undecided now. So what are you gonna do?
Alice, that was superb. You are indeed a great singing star, and I am an ardent fan of yours.
Oh, gosh.
May I have your autograph?
Thank you, certainly.
At last. Here's a pen and paper.
Where do you want me to sign?
Right here under the small print.
Now, just a minute. This looks like a contract.
Let me see that out. It is a contract. Remley, what are you trying to pull? What kind of contract are you trying to get Alice to sign?
Well, I might as well tell you. I'm going to make Alice one of the biggest stars on television, and all she has to do is sign this contract to appear on my show.
Doing what?
Curly, did you ever hear of the Lonesome Gal?
Hey, you mean that sexy dame who's on the air every night? The one with a sultry voice who makes love to you and makes you think you're the only man in the world? The one who has you drooling and makes goose pimples?
Bill?
Never heard of her.
Who is this lonesome gal? What does she do?
Well, she has a radio program in which she uses a very intimate style. She talks to the men in the radio audience and brings romance into their lives. I want you to do the same thing on television, Alice. You'll be sensational.
Remley, what a disgusting idea. I won't let my wife make a spectacle of herself.
What's wrong with it? You're like the Lonesome Gal.
That's different. She's a woman.
What do you think Alice is? She's...
Don't tell him, Frankie. He thinks I'm a female impersonator.
Oh, I do not.
Frankie, I'm not interested. I couldn't do this type of thing. Really, I couldn't.
Who could do it better? Who has as much beauty, as much charm, as much appeal for the men as the glamorous Alice Faye?
I don't care if
Hold
she's got...
it, Phil. Let this boy talk.
Thank you. Alice, since you stopped making pictures, millions of men have become hermits and gone to live in caves waiting for your return.
Oh, stop it, Frankie. Alice don't have that much appeal.
If she don't, why'd you marry her?
I had to. Them hermits had all the good caves taken. I gotta live someplace, you know. I ain't gonna have the woman I love parading her charms in front of millions of other guys.
Gee, what a selfish attitude.
Well, I don't care.
No, she's right, Curly. Beauty like this only comes once in a lifetime. Not meant for just one man to gaze at. Nature has created this wonder for all men to feast their eyes upon.
You should see her at night with them colored lights on her.
Talking about?
Well, from the description, you must be at least Niagara Falls. Do you mind if I roll over you in a barrel?
Oh, stop it, Phil. You know, Frankie is right. I do belong to the world. And if millions of men are waiting to behold me, I must sacrifice my personal desires and appear before them.
Alice, you're my wife, and I won't let you do it.
Sorry, Wonga. This is bigger than both of us. Honestly. I'll do it, Frankie.
Now, wait a minute, Alice. I'm your husband.
That's another thing, Curly. If Alice is going to be the sweetheart of every man in America, she can't have a husband. You understand, don't you?
Oh, of course.
You don't mind, do you?
No. I was planning to do away with myself this weekend anyway.
Would you?
Wait a minute.
No. Look, Curly, we don't expect you to kill yourself.
Oh, well, that's real white of you, kid.
No, all we want you to do is keep out of the way for a while until we want you.
Well, why don't you just package me in the deep freeze till you need me? You break off a piece here and there, and that way you guys are crazy. Alice, you can't be serious about this.
Oh, but I am. Frankie, I'll sign the contract.
Yeah, good. Now we'd better rehearse your new character because we got to meet the sponsor this afternoon at NBC. Here's a little dialogue I wrote for you, Alice. Try it.
All right. Hello, lover. This is your torchy tomato. Oh, Frankie. I'm not going to be known as the torchy tomato.
How about the sultry succotash? Or the clinging cucumber? Or the exotic eggplant?
Quiet,
Horrid turnip, maybe.
Look, Alice, when you play this character, you have to put a little more oomph into it.
All right.
Try it again.
Okay. Hello, lover. Are you lonesome? Well, don't be. I'm with you, baby.
That's it, Alice. You got it.
She's got what?
The voice. She'll be perfect for the part.
Look, I'm not going to let her talk like that. Now, look, Alice, I'm the boss of this family, and I'm not going to let you make a fool of yourself.
Go away, big boy. You bother me.
And turn that motor off.
Oh, the doorbell. I'll get it.
Yes, do.
Hiya, Miss Faye. I bring the groceries.
Oh, hello, Julius. I'm glad to see you. Come on in and bring your basket with you.
What's the matter, Miss Faye? You got stomach cramps?
Why, of course not. Oh, I'm glad you brought the things I ordered. Oh, what beautiful groceries. They're positively divine.
Never saw anybody get so passionate over half a pound of lot. I'm afraid to show her the bagels.
Julius, you're a darling for bringing these things over, and I'll never forget you. You little angel. How much do I owe you, precious?
Forget it, sweetheart. There'll be no charge today.
Now, wait a minute, you two. Alice, I won't have you talking that way to the grocery boy. Save it for the milkman. We owe him more money.
Now, keep it up, Alice. That voice will kill him.
Oh, glad you like it, baby.
Miss Faye, this ain't like you. What are you talking like this for?
Oh, Remley got her a job in television doing a lonesome gal routine. Julius, you know she's going to get up in front of a camera and make love to every man in the country.
I forbid it.
So do I.
I will not have the woman I love parading her charms in the front of millions of other guys.
That's exactly the way I feel.
You keep out of this, Mac. Miss Faye, don't make a display of yourself before other men.
Oh, now, Julius, there's nothing wrong with what I'm going to do. If I can make some lonesome men happy, I think I ought to do it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going upstairs and get dressed for my new character. And,
Don't go away, boys. I'll be back.
I'll meet you at NBC, Alice. I'm going over now and show the signed contract to the sponsor. Oh, by the way, Curly, I forgot to tell Alice what time the rehearsal is. It's at 5 o'clock, so see that she gets there. Bye.
There goes a nice kid.
Yeah, he's got all the charm of a stopped-up sink.
That's very charming, too, ain't it?
Mr. Harris, we gotta stop Miss Faye from going to that rehearsal. But how?
I know we got... Hey, wait a minute. Hold everything. I got it, Julius. Look, we'll tell Alice that the rehearsal is at 6 o'clock instead of 5, and then we'll get another girl to show up at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, all we gotta do is get a girl that the sponsor won't like, and I know just the girl.
Now, good. You have her at NBC at 5, and I'll tell Alice the rehearsal is at 6. Hey, by the way, Julius, are you sure the sponsor won't like this dame?
Nobody in their right mind would like this dame. You know what she does for a living?
No.
She's the girl who...
Wonder where Alice is. She's supposed to meet me here at the studio at 5 o'clock. It's after that now. Hope she gets here before the sponsor.
Oh, hello, Remley. Hey, I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, yeah. Hi, where's Alice?
Hey, I got bad news for you, kid.
Huh?
Well, Alice changed her mind. She decided not to go through with this television show idea.
Curly, she can't do that to me. She signed a contract and the sponsor is expecting her.
All right, take it easy, Remley. Take it easy. I know how much this means to you. You think I'd let you down? I got you a girl who's even more glamorous than Alice.
She is?
Believe me, this girl will appeal to every man because she has a dainty femininity that's irresistible.
Sounds great. Where is she?
Well, she'll be a little late. When she got home from work, she had trouble getting out of her work clothes. She couldn't find a wrench.
A wrench?
Sure, how else can you get out of a deep-sea diving suit?
Oh, I can't wait to see this waterlogged babe.
You'll love her. Julius is going to bring her over, and then you'll see. Hey, wait a minute, Remley. Hey, look out there. There she is, standing in the doorway with Julius now.
I don't want to seem nosy, but which is which?
She's the one who stooped over.
You mean the one who looks like she's reaching for a cigar butt? Why she stooped over?
She has the bends. Just underwater a little too long today. She'll come right out of it the minute.
Curly, are you trying to ruin me? That girl couldn't go on television. She'd scare everybody.
Remley, you haven't seen her close up. This is a lovely creature. She has a delicate Dresden-like beauty that did you ever see Jane Wyman in The Blue Veil?
Yeah.
Well, this kid's complexion is the same color as the veil. Navy blue. Now, look, wait till you...
Mr. Harris, I brought the girl.
Oh, good, Julius, good. Call her over here. I want her to meet Mr. Remley.
Okay. Oh, Bubbles! Bubbles!
Ahoy there!
Why don't you fire a shot across her bow?
Now, here she comes. Mr. Remley, I want you to meet Bubbles.
How do you do?
Didn't get all the water out yet.
Curly, what are you doing to me? I can't use this sea serpent.
Remley. Looks are only skin deep. This girl has it all in her voice. Wait till you hear her soft, sultry delivery. And she's intelligent, too. She can talk on any subject. Now, go ahead. Ask her something.
Okay.
Bubbles?
What?
You seen any good oyster beds lately?
And now that
that you mention it, I saw a few while I was dredging the Los Angeles harbor this morning.
Curly, gaff this thing and scale it before the sponsor gets there.
Remley, will you give the girl a chance? She ain't dried out yet. She'll be all right. Look, she can become very alluring when she wants to. When she uses her seductive voice, the effect she has on men is overpowering. It's gorgeous. Go ahead, Bubbles. Show him.
Hello, lover. Here I am again, baby. Put your arms around me and hold me close.
Oh, sweet ecstasy.
You're the only man for me, lover boy.
Oh, bind me close, Mother. I'm on my way to heaven.
Don't ever leave me, baby, because
Bubbles, stop. I can't stand this. Oh, those pains.
All right, you guys, break it up. I'm not going to let you do...
Hello, Mr. Remley. I'm sorry I'm late.
Hello, Mr. Tinklefinger. Curly, I want you to meet my sponsor, Mr. Tinklefinger.
Glad to know you. Any fingle finger of Frankie's is a finger finkle of mine.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Miss Faye. Hey. Oh, brother, has she aged?
Look, Pinky, this girl is...
I know movie stars don't look as good off screen as they do on. And then is ridiculous.
No, Finkelhauser.
I'm tearing up the contract, and you can forget the whole thing.
Yeah, but Mr. Tinklefinger, come back. Curly, you ruined my career.
Oh, don't worry. You still have me, lover.
Thanks loads, but you better get out of here fast. They're after you.
Who's after me?
Shrimp boats is a comin', their sails are in sight. You'd better get lost or they'll catch you tonight. So hurry, hurry, hurry home. Hurry, hurry, hurry home. Them shrimp boats.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Here are 3 reasons why you'll find the RCA Victor 45 system of recorded music is the best you can buy. To begin with, the RCA Victor 45 sounds better than any other system of recorded music, and that's most important. Recorded music has never before been so brilliantly reproduced, so free of distortion and annoying surface noise. It's almost impossible to tell the recorded music from an actual performance. Secondly, RCA Victor's 45 system is easier to play. There are no clamps or posts to adjust. Simply pile a stack of records on a big center spindle, press a button, and listen to almost an hour of music. And the RCA Victor 45 system of recorded music costs less, too. So for a wonderful Christmas present, give the gift that keeps on giving. Any 45 RPM record player made by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations.
You've been a wonderful audience. We're running late. Thank you, and good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars Rosalind Russell and Walter Abel on NBC.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. If it's free, I'll have a cup, too.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our our special guest, Jack Benny. Yours truly, Toby Reed, Joseph Kearns, Harry Lubin of the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, today we find the Burnses sitting in a booth in the Brown Derby restaurant. It seems their old friend, Jack Benny, has invited them to lunch, and they're waiting for him to arrive.
Gracie, I wish you hadn't told me, Jack. Wish you hadn't arranged for us to have lunch with Jack. It's always so embarrassing.
What do you mean?
Well, those lousy tips he leaves. He's been eating here 5 years, and he's yet to tip more than $1.
Well, $1 isn't a bad tip.
That's for the 5 years. Besides, if we're his guests, he'll make us order crackers and milk. The cheapest thing on the menu.
Well, Judge, I wish you wouldn't talk that way about Jack. He's always been awfully nice to me. Did you see the birthday present he sent me?
Why, no.
Well, it's a coupon which entitles me to a year's subscription to Harper's Bazaar.
From Jack?
Mm-hmm. All I have to do is throw it out and send it in with $7.
Harper's Bazaar is $6.
Well, Jack gets $1 commission.
Jack Benny hasn't put his hand in his pocket. January will be 80 years.
What can be keeping him? Doesn't he know what time it is?
No. He's too tight to buy a watch. Tells time by the sun.
Oh, George, tells time by the sun.
I'm not kidding you. Shh. Here he comes. Oh, hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Jack.
I'm sorry I'm late, kids. These cloudy days throw me. What did I tell you? Oh, waiter, we're ready to order. Yes, sir. Would Madame like to start with a cocktail?
Oh, no, thanks. I never drink.
I meant a shrimp cocktail.
No matter how small it is, I never drink.
Mrs. Burns will have a steak, and I'll have a broiled lobster. Steak and broiled lobster? Well, they're both very good here, but as long as you're in the Brown Derby, you really should order the specialty of the house, the crackers and milk.
Oh, I've changed my mind. I won't have a steak.
Good.
I'll have lamb chops.
Well, the crackers are very crisp here, and they put the crumbs in a sack so you can take them home.
I think I'll have lamb chops.
Madame will enjoy the lamb chops. We serve them with little paper panties on.
Well, don't your legs get cold?
That's our order, waiter. How about you, Jack? I'll have crackers and milk. That was a delicious meal, Gracie. Where did Jack go?
Well, the waiter refused to give him any more crackers, so he went to complain to the manager.
My gosh. He talked them out of extra milk.
Yeah, wasn't that clever? He kept handing his glass of milk to the waiter and saying, "Put a head on this."
And mark my words. We'll get stuck with the check as usual.
Well, George, that's your own fault. When the check comes, Jack always says, "Here, I'll take it." But then you always speak up and say, "No, Jack, I'll get it." So he lets you get it.
That's right. He knows I'll say that.
Well, sure.
Well, today when he says, "Here, I'll take it," I'll just keep my big mouth shut. How do you like this place? They refuse to give me extra crackers. Just wait till they ask me to put more bluing in their tablecloths. I'll show them, you know. Excuse me, gentlemen. Here's your check. That'll be $10.30. Here, I'll take it. Well, somebody say something. It will You shut up. Look, George, if you want the check, I won't fight you. I don't want the check. In that case, we'll fight. You're the stingiest man who ever lived. Oh, is that so? Yes, that's so. Well, don't act so proud. You're not the first one who ever said that.
Now, please, don't get into a fight. There's no point to it.
No point to it?
You're the only two men in the world who couldn't hurt each other.
Well, I'm not paying this check. After all, Jack, you invited us to lunch. Sure, I make a nice gesture. This is a thanks, I guess.
Oh, George, let's not make a scene. Go ahead and pay the check.
All right, but I just want to say this. Jack, if you let me pay this check, you're a low, miserable, tight-fisted, conniving miser. You're a disgrace to our profession, and I'll never speak to you again as long as I live. Well. Now, Mr. Burns, if you've finished, I have a few words to say. What are they? Here's the check.
All right, George, we're home now. Calm down and forget about Jack Benny.
I can't forget about it. How a man can go through life letting someone else pay his way, I'll never know.
Well, now, don't let it make you so nervous. My goodness. When you paid that check, you were so upset you could hardly get my purse open.
You know, Gracie, Jack didn't used to be this way. When we were in vaudeville with him, he was an altogether different fellow.
Say, now that you mention it, he was. Well, people used to call him Generous Jack the Plunger.
Yes, in those days, he spent money like water.
I wonder what slowed him down to such a drift.
I don't know. Maybe it was the disappointment of you marrying me instead of him. He was pretty sweet on you in those days.
Well, I liked him, too. You know, Jack was awfully good-looking.
Yeah.
Of course, that was a long time ago.
Now he has to use makeup. Tell me something, Gracie. Jack Benny was a big star, young, good-looking, talented, loaded with money, and a big spender. I was just a struggling young song and dance man. Why did you marry me instead of Jack?
Oh, George, you don't have to ask that, do you?
No, I guess I don't.
Well, good, because I haven't got an answer.
Fine.
You know, I can't get over the change in Jack. When he was courting me, he was the most generous man in the world.
He certainly was.
Remember the night you both proposed to me?
Sure. We got into an argument, and I hit Jack over the head with his violin.
I'll never forget that night. That was 16 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. I remember Jack arrived at my house first. He brought along his violin to serenade me, and when I went to the
Hi, Gracie.
Why, generous Jack.
That's me, baby. Here's a couple of dozen orchids for you.
Oh, Jack, they're so expensive.
What do I care? I always say money is made to be spent. I mean, you can't take it with you. Hey, Gracie, let's go out tonight and have a big champagne party. I've had a dozen cases of the most expensive champagne flown in from France.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I don't drink.
But, Gracie, Mum's extra dry.
Well, then let her drink it. Besides, we don't want to be gone when George Burns gets here.
George Burns?
Mm-hmm.
Will he be here tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was playing Altoona.
Well, he was, but he got into an argument with the manager. He said he'd never play that theater again as long as he lived.
What'd the manager say?
That was the manager talking.
Oh, well, Gracie, I hoped we'd be alone tonight. There's a question I planned to. I'll tell you what. Let's go for a ride in my new car.
You bought another new car? What happened to your stuffed bear cat?
The man in the filling station admired it, so I gave it.
Jack, what kind of a car did you buy this time?
A Maxwell. But I probably won't keep it long either.
Well, Jack, I can't be gone when George gets here. He's in love with me.
Yeah, so am I, Gracie. Will you marry me?
Oh, Jack, get up off your knees. You'll ruin your new suit.
So what? I'll throw it away. It's old anyway. I've had it since yesterday. Now, Gracie, look,
Oh, that must be George. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Jack Benny, what are you doing down on your knees? I'm proposing to Gracie. Well, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You? How could you support her? Who's planning to? Look, Gracie, don't marry this broken-down vaudeville hoofer.
Well, I think George is a very good dancer. You ought to see him do that adagio dance with his girl partner. It isn't easy to throw a person 10 feet in the air and then catch them.
You said it.
But that girl hasn't dropped George once.
But, Gracie, what future has George got dancing in vaudeville? Vaudeville is dead. It's been killed.
Is that true, George?
Well, you don't expect him to confess, do you? Well, hey, look at I'm a violinist. I can go in that new business called radio. Yeah? Well, listen to this. I love you, love you, love you, I do. You're the only girl that I adore.
Oh, Jack. When George sings, doesn't it just send you?
Yeah, but not far enough. Now, if you want to hear some real music, listen to this. No, this is called The Flight of the Bumblebee. I've been told I play it very realistically.
Oh, you do, Jack. When you play, it actually sings.
You did say sting. S-T-I-N-K. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. Well, here's my violin. Let's see what you can do with it. Okay. Here's what I can do with it. Oh.
Oh, George. You knocked him unconscious with his violin. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. You might have broken a string.
I'll teach him to try to steal my girl.
Oh, look, he's coming too.
What happened? Where am I?
You're at my house, Jack.
Who are you?
I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these orchids, remember?
I bought all those orchids?
Yes.
I must be nuts. They cost a fortune.
But you're generous Jack the plunger.
Plunger, schmunger. Money doesn't grow on trees.
But, Jack, you always say you can't take it with you.
Sister, if I can't take it with me, I'll find a way to send it. And you'll get a bill for these orchids tomorrow. Good night. It all comes back to me now, Gracie. From that night on, Jack Benny was a tightwad.
Yeah, it was that blow in the head that did it. George, do you realize what this means? It's our fault that Jack is stingy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, then it's up to us to change him back. Yeah, I've got it. Hit him over the head with his violin again.
Yeah, that might do it. But I can't do that again.
Why not?
Well, we were young guys then. I can't hit a man with gray hair.
We'll take it off.
Beautiful morning. And really, friends, what a beautiful, wonderful morning it is when breakfast starts with fragrant, cheering Maxwell House coffee. How about it? Have you discovered how much more enjoyment there is in every cup of Maxwell House? Do you know why more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the entire world? Well, the answer, of course, is flavor. Yes, rich, heartwarming, good-to-the-last-drop flavor that no other coffee gives you. No coffee but Maxwell House. To create it, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many superb varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With care and skill, they select Monticelli's coffees for mellowness. They add Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees contribute robust vigor. And finally, they round out the blend with Bucaramangas for fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed in the familiar blue tin. Not just days fresh, but roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I had a talk with Dr. Miller, the psychiatrist. He says the blow on the head might turn Jack Benny into Generous Jack the Plunger.
Oh, wonderful.
But he says we'll have to create the same situation we were in 16 years ago.
Oh, but George, he was proposing to me when you hit him. He can't do that now. I'm married to you.
Well, you'll have to pretend that we've split up and that you're single again. You get Jack to give you a date.
Oh, well, maybe he won't do it. I'm not as young and pretty as I used to be.
Oh, Grace.
Huh?
Gracie, you haven't changed since the day I married you. You're young, lovely, sweet, desirable.
Oh, thank you, Joe. You haven't changed either.
I haven't?
No, you felt the same way about me then.
Yeah, well, run along and see Jack.
Yes? Oh, hello, Gracie.
Hello, Jack.
I suppose you came over to apologize for George's behavior at lunch yesterday.
Well, no. Why should I care what my ex-husband does?
Ex-husband?
Oh, didn't you know? It was in all the columns.
Well, I haven't been getting the paper lately. The Colemans have it brought right into their house now. So you and George have called it off, huh?
I'm single again. I'd even have a date if a very attractive man asked me.
I'd love to ask you, of course. I'm not as attractive as I used to be. Huh?
Yes, you are, Jack.
Oh, go on. I'm much older than I was then.
Oh, no, you're not. You're still 39. How come you've never married, Jack?
Oh, I guess I've been waiting for you, Gracie. Is there still a chance for me?
Well, maybe. You used to say that the girl you married would have everything. Mink coat, Cadillac, diamonds, and all the money she could spend. Do you still feel that way?
Certainly. That's why I want to marry you. You've got all those things. Gee, Gracie, we were meant for each other. Now, how about it?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. You'll have to court me first.
Again?
Uh-huh. Call on me tonight and bring the orchid.
But I did all that.
That was 16 years ago.
Well, didn't you save them? You know, they keep forever in the icebox.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have a lot of the things you gave me. I keep them pressed between the pages of a book. You brought me such nice flowers.
I used to bring you candy, too.
Yeah, I wish I'd get that book open.
Well, I'll see you tonight, Gracie.
Yeah, well, it's a date, Jack. And be sure to bring your violin.
Okay. Shall we have an evening with Beethoven?
No, come by yourself. Oh, it's worked, George. Jack Benny will come courting me tonight. just like you did 16 years ago.
That's great.
Now, we want to duplicate that night exactly, so you arrive after Jack has been here for a while.
Just a minute. I like the idea of leaving you alone with that old gray wolf. Might try to kiss you.
Oh, George, relax. He's bringing his violin.
So what?
So by the time he carries that over, he'll be all tired.
Well, okay. I'll go down to the drugstore. See you later.
Oh, kiss me goodbye.
Okay.
George, have you been carrying violins?
No, just the rosin. I'll see you. Well, here I am, Gracie.
Oh, Jack, how nice to see you.
Gee, this is just like old times. Do you still like flowers?
Love them.
Well, here you are, baby. Here's enough flowers to fill this room.
Oh, how nice, a package of seeds.
I mean, after all, it's spring. You know, half the fun of flowers is watching them grow and seeing them raise their tiny green heads. Which reminds me, George won't be around tonight.
Yes, Jack, he might drop by later.
Well, I better get down on my knees and propose to you right now before he gets here. Darn it, I'm too late. I heard a door open.
That was your knee. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Oh, Jack Benny. What are you doing down on your knees? Never mind. Just help me up.
Jack was about to propose to me, George.
Well, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You married her once. Give somebody else a chance.
Well, George, if you're proposing, get down on your knees like Jack.
Okay.
Oh, isn't this thrilling? Two fiery lovers bidding for my hand.
George, does this cold floor bother your rheumatism? It's murder. And I found some stuff that's awfully good. Really? What is it? I've tried everything. It's a new liniment. Works wonders. That's for me. My knees have been killing me. Isn't the rainy season just torture? Oh, I must get that liniment. I'll let you try some of mine. Will you?
Oh, some fiery lovers. We'll have to honeymoon at the Mayo Clinic. Boy, you're proposing to me, remember? Oh, come in.
Hi, Gracie. Where's the... George and Jack Benny down on their knees? What goes on here?
Well, can't you guess, Phil?
Somebody dropped a penny, huh? Guess again, comedian. Bill, we happen to be proposing marriage. Well, I hope you'll be very happy together. Would you like to drop back in about 2 weeks? Oh, not me. I want to stick around and see who asked who what and what the answer is. Bill, look, Dimples, we're proposing marriage to Gracie. You see, George and Gracie aren't married anymore. Gracie, is this true?
Well, yes, Phil. I'm single now, but George wants me to marry him again, and so does Jack Benny. I can't decide between them.
Can't decide between them? Gracie, this is your chance to marry one of the biggest stars in the country, a man with a great future in television. Yes, I was good, you know. Not only a great talent, but loaded with personality, charm, good looks, and blue eyes. Don't be a fellow. Gracie, you lucky girl. This is your chance to marry me. You? Scram, you're lousing up everything. Pay no attention to him, Gracie. I'm asking you to be the mother of my children.
How many have you got?
None yet, but in a couple of years or so, I'm sure we'll hear the patter of little feet. Well, marry me, Gracie, and we'll hear the patter of little feet tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Sure, you'll be running back and forth to the kitchen bringing me Maxwell House coffee. Think how happy we'll be, Gracie, with rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House coffee from morning till night. Well, if you're going to get commercial about this, you can marry me and feel her level best.
Maxwell House coffee, too, huh? Isn't it great, Jack? You know, Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection.
Still, I meant that if Gracie married me, we'd have plenty of lucky.
Lucky?
Yes, what do I work for?
Darned if I know. You got all the money in the world. See, Liz, you can buy Maxwell House by the carload. And Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee. Always good to the last drop. How about it, Gracie? Will you marry me?
Well, I'm sorry, Bill, but it's between George and Jack. But don't feel bad. Whichever one I choose, you'll be the best man at the wedding.
Well, obviously. Don't lie.
How about it, Gracie? How about, will you marry me?
No, she's going to marry me.
But, Gracie, George has no future. I mean, radio's passé. I'll be a sensation in that new business, television.
Well, so will George. In fact, I've heard lots of people say that television would collapse without him.
They said it would collapse without George?
That's right. They said that George single-handed is holding up television.
I wonder how they meant that. Look, I know how to settle this, Gracie. I'll serenade. George, hand me my Stradivarius. This violin is a Stradivarius? Certainly. I got it from Sam Stradivarius, the pawnbroker.
Oh, Sam.
Now, let me have it.
Well, you heard him, George. Let him have it.
I'll be glad to. Oh.
Well, it happened just like it did 16 years ago.
Better. This time I hit him before he played. What happened? Where am I?
Well, you're at my house.
Who are you?
Well, I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these seats, remember?
I brought you a package of seeds? What a cheap thing to do. I'll call the florist and have him bring you $100 worth of orchid.
Gosh.
And a potted plant for your father here.
George, burn.
Oh. Well, let's all go to Ciro's and have a champagne dinner on me. Mum's extra dry.
Hasn't that poor old lady had a drink yet?
See, what's happened to me? I'm spending money like crazy, and I can't stop.
That's right. You're generous Jack again.
Again? You mean I've been this way before?
Well, sure. You used to be generous Jack the plunger. Then George hit you over the head with your violin, and you stopped spending money.
Getting hit over the head with my violin made me stop spending money?
That's right.
Jack, put down that violin. Jack,
stop hitting yourself over the head. Jack!
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when we will have as our guest Robert Montgomery, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I want to thank you for that magnificent tribute, but weren't you over that big hero you were talking about? Treacherous icebergs, terrifying monsoons. Hey, I've never even trapped a monsoon. Although I saw one once at a zoo.
Jack, you're thinking of a mongoose.
That's what I mean, Don. You see, during the First World War, I was a jerk that happened to be in a sailor suit. That's all. And say, Don, I haven't seen you since we went off the air a week ago Sunday. What have you been doing with yourself?
Well, Jack, I'm going to start a picture in a few weeks, so I thought I'd take off some weight working on my ranch.
Oh.
You know, I've lost 2 pounds off my stomach already.
Off your stomach, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, Don, if you look back over your shoulder to see if your heels are run down, on the way you may come across those 2 pounds. If you want to lose weight, brother, you better diet.
I guess you're right. By the way, Jack, what have you been doing since our last broadcast?
Well, you know how tired I was after my illness and everything, so I went to Palm Springs and got out in that old sun for a few days. Don't you notice the tan on my face, Don?
Yes, you do have a nice color, Jack, but what are those round white spots just above your eyebrows?
The white spots? Oh, that's Rochester's fault. He's so careless.
Why? What happened?
Well, you see, I was taking a sun bath, and I gave Rochester $50 to go out and buy me some cigars. And when he came back, I was asleep, so he laid the change on my forehead. 3 dimes. That accounts for the pawn shop effect. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. My goodness, where have you been?
Oh, I took a little trip to Palm Springs. Don't I look good?
I'll say. You look 50 years younger.
You mean 15?
I know what I mean.
Well, I really feel swell. Take it from me, Don, for a healthy vacation. There's nothing like a week in Palm Springs.
Oh, you're right, Jack. It's wonderful. What hotel did you stay at?
Hotel? Well, I didn't exactly stay at a hotel. You see, Don, I sort of wanted to rough it, be close to nature. You know, get right out there in the desert.
Where'd you live, in a gopher hole?
No, I didn't live in a gopher hole.
Don't tell me you went to that same dump you stayed at the last time.
Mary, if you can call the Happy Hour Auto Court a dump, then I give up. In the first place, it's got a nice, homey atmosphere.
Any place you hang your hair is home to you.
Don't listen to her, Don. The Happy Hour is really one of the nicest auto courts west of the Mississippi.
Who runs it, Jack?
I told you, Happy Hour, Miss Hour's brother. Oh, it's a lovely spot.
And it's right in Palm Springs, huh?
Well, it's not right in Palm Springs, is it, Mary?
No, it's closer to Boyle Heights.
It is not. Don, you must have passed it lots of times. Look, when you leave Riverside, you turn off that side road where the barbecue stand is. You know the one that has that little red-headed cashier?
Oh, you mean Babette?
Yes. She's a... Well, anyway, you turn off on that road, and on the left-hand side is the auto court. Oh, you can't miss it.
Oh, I know. It's that place right next to the goat farm.
That's it. That's the place. When there's a west wind, you get $1 off your rent. I only had one lucky night. And listen, Don, if you want to live in a nice, refined place, you stop at the Happy Hour.
But, Jack, isn't it a little too far from Palm Springs?
Why, no. It's only a 10-minute walk.
Go on. It's 15 minutes to the bathroom.
Not if you know the shortcut. And by the way, Don, they have a lunchroom at the Happy Hour, and here's a little tip for you. If you happen to go into the lunchroom, don't order the number 4 breakfast.
Why not?
Because it's $0.10 more than the number 3. And the only difference is that on the number 3 breakfast, the girl always says, "We're out of ham." But on the number 4 breakfast, she says, "We're out of ham, sorry." I found that out the first day.
Tell them about the waffles they serve, Jack.
Oh, well, that's just a novelty.
What about the waffles, Mary?
They've got numbers on them so you can play bingo till your eggs come.
Listen, Mary, it's those little touches that make Happy Hour's place unique.
Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting on a...
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, I feel fine now.
That's good.
But I sure got stinking last night.
Stinking?
I fell in a manhole.
Oh, well, for a minute, kid, I thought you meant you'd been drinking.
Gosh, no. I promised my mother I wouldn't drink till I was 21.
Well, how old are you now?
She won't tell me.
Oh.
Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting on Friday night instead of Sunday?
Yes, it does, Dennis. And tonight we're doing a guest broadcast for a different product, too. By the way, Dennis, do you smoke Camel cigarettes?
I sure do. And before that, I used to roll my own.
Oh, roll your own like a cowboy, eh? That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, the grape nut flakes kept falling out all the time.
Well, I should have my head examined for not telling you to sing the minute you walked in. You might as well do it now.
Are you disappointed in me, Mr. Benny?
No, you're stupid and you came through. That's disappointed. Now go ahead and sing your song.
Oh, pardon me, Jack. Haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes. Hold it, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word from Wen Niles.
Wen Niles? Hey, aren't you a little confused, Jack? We had the Hope Show last week. I'm Ken Niles.
Oh, well, tell me, Ken, are you Wen Niles' brother?
Well, I'm not sure. I have so many brothers. You see, there's Yen, Glenn, Len, Ben, and Titikatum.
Titikatum?
Yes, T is for Titikatum. And also for taste and throat.
Oh, I see what you're getting.
Your own T-Zone proving ground for Camel's rich extra flavor and smooth extra mildness.
You mean your mother actually named her children Ken, Yen, Len, Glen, and Ben?
Yes, Jack. First Yen was born, and Mom said, "Oh, dear, now I've got an awful yen."
I see. Ooh.
And if you, too, have an awful yen for a cigarette that won't go flat, no matter how many you smoke, get Camel. Because Camel's extra flavor helps them to hold up pack after pack. Now, after yen came blend.
Blend? What does that mean? Well, I thought Don Wilson was corny. Go ahead.
I don't know what blend means in a baby, but in a cigarette, the blend means everything.
I see.
Camels, of course, are a matchless blend of costlier tobaccos. And that's why they're so cool smoking and slow burning.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, get it back tonight.
Thanks, Ken. And now let's have your song, Dennis.
You could hear a pin drop there in the crowd. One look at you, first thing I knew, I stumbled on a cloud. Softly as a raindrop that's falling from a treetop, I listened to my heart throb right there before you. What a lovely meeting there in the heart. I felt a thrill, one that I still can't brush aside. Say hello, not dating. How else has anything explained it? Or you could hear a pin drop when love dropped in.
Yes, sir, that was You Could Hear a Pin Drop, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. Take a bow.
Will I take it?
Oh, sit down. And now, folks, going from the ridiculous to the nauseating. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Sorry I'm late, pal. I bet you thought I'd never get here.
I prayed for it. Well, tell me, Phil, how do you like broadcasting on Friday for a change?
I don't know. How much change am I going to get? That Harris is phenomenal with a capital F tonight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You corny. But on the level, Phil, don't you think Sunday is a pretty blank day now that all the comedians are off for the season?
What do you mean, all the comedians? Fred Allen is still broadcasting.
Phil, calling Allen a comedian is like slipping a rocking chair under Gypsy Rose Lee and calling her Whistler's mother. Allen, a comedian. Look, fellas, anybody can get laughed with that stuff Fred Allen does every week. Take that Allen's Alley, for instance. There's nothing to it.
What do you mean there's nothing to it?
I mean, it's a surefire formula. Now, look, every Sunday he goes around, knocks on doors, and asks a question. I'll show you. Give me that close stick.
What are you going to do, Jackson?
I'm going to put it on my nose and make off like Fred Allen and take a trip to Benny's Boulevard. Now, Mary, you be Portland Hopper. Dennis, I want you to be Socrates Mulligan. And Phil, you're Falstaff, the highbrow poet. All right, Mary, let's go. Wait till I get this clothespin on my nose. Where? That's it. Me. That's it. Go ahead, Mary. Start it.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny!
Well, what is it, Seattle? As the broom said to the dustpan, what do you hear from the mob? I ad-libbed that, folks. folks. I'm always ad-libbing.
Mama says if you don't stop ad-libbing, someday you're going to say something funny and surprise everybody.
Oh, your mother.
Have you got a question for Benny's Boulevard, Mr. Benny?
I certainly have, Seattle, and this is it. Who is the funnier comedian, Jack Benny or Fred Allen? And here we go to Benny's Boulevard to investigate. Well, here we are at Benny's Boulevard.
Is this near Allen's Alley, Mr. Benny?
I can't tell. I've got this clothespin on my nose. Well, let's find out what John Doe has to say.
Oh, it's you again.
Good afternoon. Now tell me, Mr. Doe, do you listen to radio?
Only the commercials. You know what they talk about with the seller.
Well, what about the show itself that follows the commercial?
Well, by the time that starts, I'm already down at the corner buying the stuff.
I see. Then you wouldn't know who's a funnier comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
Nah, all I know is E-O.
I see. Now, Seattle. Now, Seattle, we'll see what Mrs. Nussbaum has to say. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, who do you think is the funniest comedian on the radio?
Well, my first husband liked Abbott and Castellanos.
That's Costello.
And my second spouse is liking Fibber McGee and Becky.
I see. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, who is your favorite comedian? Is it Jack Benny?
You should live so long.
Are we going home now, Mr. Benny?
What are you holding your nose for?
Shall I tell them, folks?
Seattle, behave yourself. Now to find out what Socrates Mulligan thinks. He lives right here.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Mulligan. Get this one, folks. Well, Mr. Mulligan, I'm here to stew with you. I'm an ad-libbing fool. Now, Mr. Mulligan, I'm going to name two comedians, and you tell me which one you prefer. First, Fred Allen.
Oh, he makes me laugh.
And what does Jack Benny make you do? Seattle, we're not getting any place.
Try this next house, Mr. Benny.
Okay.
Welcome, friend. Pray do come in. Falstaff's here, and I ain't 10.
You ain't fat either. There I go with another ad-lib. Falstaff, tonight. This thing is killing me up here. Falstaff, tonight. Tonight we have a brand new question for you.
That is precisely why I'm here.
That's precisely. Precisely.
I have written a poem.
Then Precisely was right.
Have you heard? This isn't a blackout, Uncle Mo. You bought that hat too big.
No, I haven't.
Or, I've saved the gloves that Mother wore when she knocked out Gunboat Smith.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. My question tonight is this. Who do you think is a funnier comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
Allen is corny. He's nasal, he's dull. Benny's the same, with no hair on his skull.
But all that I asked was for you to compare us.
For a Socko comedian, just give me Phil Harris.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we wave goodbye to Benny's Boulevard as two pretty waves wave back. This ad living will be the death of me. See what I mean, folks? And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, pardon me. And now... Now, ladies, at least I can take it off. Alan can't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a custom on every Camel program which we as guests are proud to observe. This is it. Time to send thanks to the Yanks of the week, Americans who have distinguished themselves for heroism in the battle area.
To the twin brothers, 29-year-old machinist mates, John and Rolla Cordell of Durham, Oklahoma, who have just been cited by the Navy for heroism aboard the carrier Lexington. In the Battle of the Coral Sea, both the Cordell brothers remained far below decks, in the engine room of the fire-swept and explosion-rocked carrier, refusing to leave their posts, remaining in the darkness, smoke, and heat until they were exhausted. We salute you, first-class machinist mates John and Rolla Cordell, and in your honor, the makers of Camels are sending to our Navy men in the South Pacific 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
On each of the 4 Camel shows, we'll salute another Yank of the week, and on each of them send 300,000 camels to men in his battle area. A total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. Camels thank the Yanks in this country with the 3 traveling camel caravans, which since 1941 have given free camels and over 2,000 free performances to audiences of nearly 3 million servicemen. In the Sky or Something, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, by the way, Phil, I meant to ask you, were you and your boys playing at the California shipyard over in Wilmington last week? No, why? Well, I was passing by there, and I thought I heard... No, I guess they were just riveting. They're very busy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight...
Oh, say, Mr.
We're going...
What? Can I speak to you a minute?
What is it, Dennis?
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but you made a mistake in my check for our last show a week ago Sunday.
A mistake in your check? No. There was no mistake, Dennis. And now...
But you deducted $2.75. What was that for?
Dennis, if you remember, when you sang your song on our program, there was an 8-bar rest right in the middle of it. Any resting my cast does will be strictly on their own time. Sorry, kid.
But that's the way my song was arranged.
I docked the arranger, too. There was no favorite.
now, ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Jack.
What?
Here's $1.50. I'm going to the powder room.
Don't be facetious. That's good there, wasn't it? Don't be facetious. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, for our feature attraction tonight, the Benny Take It or Starve players will present an original detective mystery entitled The Case of the Stolen Dog, or Who Picked Mrs. Pike's Teeth. Now, Mary, you're going to play the part of Mrs. Pike, who owns a peak.
Is the peak a pup?
No, Mrs. Pope has a pup. You're Pike with a peak.
Has the pooch got a pouch?
No! Now, Don.
Yes, Jack.
I've got you down for the part of a fat butler.
But remember, Jack, I've been on a diet and lost 2 pounds.
That's what I said. You're part of a fat butler. Now, I will play the lead. Police Captain O'Benny of the Homicide Squad. And Dennis, you're going to be one of my assistants. And you're going to be hard-boiled and calloused and tough like I am.
You tough?
What are you laughing at?
You're the only guy I know who has to break a piece of toast over his knee.
Well, I like it real crisp. And Phil, you're going to be my other assistant.
But I'm a poet, old boy. Have you heard? I brought Dad his pipe and slippers as they strapped him in the chair.
Now, cut that out. Let's see, we got to have somebody to play the part of Mrs. Pike's chauffeur. I know, Rochester. That's all. I'll call my house. Mary, give me that phone.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Number, please.
Hello. Give me Crestview 7071.
Crestview 7071.
Yes.
It may take a little time. I'm a new operator here.
That's all right. It's all right, miss. Give me Crestview 7071.
I tried to get a job driving a bus, but they told me I was a streetcar type.
Well, that's too bad. Get me Crestview 7071.
I got a sister working at Lockheed, but do you think she'd think anything about me?
She might. Why don't you ask her? Crestview, look at Crestview 7071, please.
I told her last night at supper, Gertrude, you're a louse.
Look, miss, all I want is Crestview 7071. Now, will you please get it for me?
Okay, Blue Eyes.
Thank you. Fine service. Got a good mind to call up.
Hello?
Hello, Crestview 7071?
No, this is Hempstead, 3853.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
This is Morrow's Fish Market. I'm new here.
Well, look, I want Crestview 7071.
I'm just working here temporary till my wife gets her strength back.
Well, look, thanks just the same. Look, I want to get Crestview 7071.
Seems funny, me in a fish market. Don't tell anybody. I don't even know you.
Morrow's Fish Market. He wishes he wasn't a fish market. Goodbye. Everybody telling me their trouble. Give me that other phone, Mary. I'll dial the number.
Here you are.
Thanks. Hope Rochester's still awake. Said he wasn't feeling well and might go to bed early. Poor fellow, he didn't look good either. Hello?
Oh, Satchmo, where are you? The party's in full swing.
What?
Josephine, the whole gang are here. Mr. Benny won't be home till midnight.
I see. Well, Rochester, this is Mr. Benny.
Mr. Jack Benny?
Yes.
Uh-oh, get off my lap, Josephine. I gotta think fast.
Now, Rochester, when I left the house a few hours ago, you told me you had a splitting headache and you were going to bed early. What happened?
It ain't my fault, boss. Some of my friends pulled a surprise party on me for my birthday.
Rochester, your birthday isn't until next month.
Well, we gotta get rolling, don't we?
I see. Who all is there?
Well, there's my cousin Sam and his wife.
Uh-huh.
And my friend Sylvester and his sweetheart.
That's 4.
No, 3. This is one of them eternal triangles.
Oh.
Then there's Josephine.
That's your girl.
No, she came with Sam.
I thought you said Sam came with his wife.
That's right.
What's right?
Josephine is Sam's wife.
Now, what is she doing on your lap?
I don't know. Do you want to talk to Sam?
Rochester, you lied to me, so that party of yours will have to break up immediately. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Have you heard? There's a candy jam to the Virginia ham. Here comes a fork. I think I'll scram.
Rochester, goodbye.
So long, boss.
Wish they'd stop with those. Have you heard? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, our mystery drama will go on immediately after another song by Dennis Day.
Pardon me, Jack. Haven't you forgotten something again?
Oh, of course. What's the matter with me? Go ahead, Ken.
If that new recruit you know writes that they've sent him after dehedral oil and he can't find it, don't try to mail him any because there's no such animal. And that's why they send recruits after it. Just send him a carton of Camel, the cigarette that's first in all the services, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens, where the men spend their own money for cigarettes. You'll like Camels, too. They do have more flavor, and it's that extra flavor that helps Camels to wear well, keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery drama, The Case of the Stolen Dog, or Cherchez la Wolf. Take it, Don.
The Case of the Stolen Dog, starring Don Wilson as the fat butler whose jolly exterior hides the mean, treacherous heart of a fiend.
That's not it at all.
The scene opens at police headquarters where we find Captain O'Benny playing solitaire. Curtain. Music.
Now, let's see. There's the jack of clubs. Here's the seven of hearts. I'll put the seven of hearts on the jack. No, that would be cheating. Or should I?
Hey, Cap.
Yeah?
What's the idea of playing solitaire with handcuffs on?
I don't trust myself. I need the ace of spades, and it's up my sleeve. Now, let's see.
Is that the phone, Cap?
It ain't these bell-bottom pants. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that, miss? You say there's a peeping Tom looking in your bedroom window from across the street? I'll take care of that immediately. Well, Sergeant Harris.
Yes, Chief.
Pull down that shade. Now, let's see. The six of hearts goes on the black king. Oh, I wish I wouldn't do that. But how else can I win? Answer the phone, O'Day.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Now, listen, Lefty. Me and Butch will meet you in back of the First National Bank at 4th and Main in 5 minutes. Bring a hammer and chisel and plenty of dynamite.
You've got the wrong number, mister. This is the police station.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I see Lefty, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Who was that, O'Day?
Wrong number. Somebody wanted me to bring dynamite over to the First National Bank.
Well, if you get a chance, you could... Dynamite? That's robbery, you dope. I'll have to warn them. Hello, operator. Give me the First National Bank at the corner of 7th. Never mind. That's the 12th time this year they've blown up the First National Bank.
Once more, and it's bad luck.
Oh, shut up. Now listen, O'Day. I'll take it. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking.
Hello, Flatfoot. Are you busy right now?
No, why?
This is Mrs. Pike talking. I got a job for you.
What's the trouble, Mrs. Pike?
Well, I sent my dog out to get the paper this morning, and some rundown heel stole him.
Oh, what kind of a dog was he?
A Peke.
Where do you live, Mrs. Pike?
On the corner of Polk and Peck.
Fine. Hold everything. I'll be right over.
Well, I'm alone here, so keep those handcuffs on.
Don't worry, madam. We'll be there in a few minutes. And we'll find the crook who stole your dog, or my name ain't... Calling car 54. Calling car 54. Wipe off your windshield. Someone's stealing your C-card. That is all. Trouble with safety glass. Can't see through them. Step on it, O'Day, and we'll find Mrs. Peck's pook, or my name ain't... This is the house, men. Let's break break down the door.
But, Cap, the door's open.
Well, let's close it and then break it down.
Right.
We're the law.
Good evening, gentlemen. May I take your coats and hatchets?
Who are you?
I'm the fat butler whose jolly exterior hides the mean, treacherous heart of a thief.
You're a butler, that's all. Now, where's Mrs. Pike?
Walk this way, gentlemen.
I wouldn't walk that way if I had 3 feet.
Oh, Captain.
Yes, Harris?
Have you heard? He entered his draft board unafraid because he was chairman there.
Harris, stop it. We got a case to solve.
How about this one? Said Dennis Day to the new toupee, you'll still look young when I'm old and gray.
Now, cut that out. What's the matter with you guys?
This is Mrs. Pike, gentlemen.
How do you do, Mrs. Pike?
Hello, Cap. Let's sit down on the chaise and lounge.
We haven't time for that, Miss Pike. Now, tell me exactly how your dog was stolen.
I told you I sent him out to get the paper.
You always send your dog out to get the paper?
No, I generally said my husband, but this morning he happened to be murdered.
Oh, so the dog went for the paper. Was he excited or anything?
I told you he was murdered.
I mean the dog. Was the dog excited?
No, he just jumped over my husband's body and went for the paper.
Then your husband was lying dead on the doorstep.
Yes, I left a note in his teeth for the milkman.
I see. And if we can find the man who murdered your husband, we've got the dirty rat that stole your dog. Now tell me, Mrs. Pike, is there anything else I should know?
Yes, have you heard? It said the girl with the mug, the Indian thug, let's go steady, and he said, ugh.
Please, Mrs. Pike, I've got work to do. Now, first I'm going to search this house. Hey, Cap, there's a noise coming from that closet. Yeah. What's in that closet, Mrs. Pike?
Linen.
Just linen, eh? Well, I'll find out. Just as I thought, a man. What's your name?
Joe Lennon.
Well, start talking, Joe. What do you know?
He just got back from a burlesque.
Quiet, Mrs. Pike. Now, Joe, we got the goods on you, so you might as well come clean.
All right. I'll confess. I did it. I tell you. I wanted to do it for years, and I finally done it.
You done what?
I killed Mrs. Pike's husband.
Husband. Who stole the dog? Was it you?
No, please believe me. I didn't even see the dog. It's her husband I wanted to get, and I got him.
Oh, well, there's no use talking to you. Get back in the closet. Now, Mrs. Pike, are you sure that when your dog went out of the house... What was that?
Look, Cap, someone tossed a rock through the window.
A rock?
And there's a note on it.
Let me have it. This may be a clue. Well, I'll be darned.
What's the matter, Cap?
It's a note from your dog. Get this. Don't think I'm lost, because that is folly. I'm just in love with a great big collie. Signed Fido. Well, that solves the case, men. Let's go.
What about Mrs. Pike's husband?
Shall we arrest him? Yes, he'll go to the laundry. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to give this salute from the makers of Camel to the United States Navy. But for a while, I was puzzled, too. I asked some of my friends in the Navy what words anyone could say that would stand up to the day-in and day-out Battle of the Atlantic, Macassar Straits, the Coral Sea, Midway, and the Battle of the Solomon. You know what they said? They said, send your salute to the men and women on the jackhammers and the drill presses and the turret blades. Tell them that those are their battle stations. There is where they meet the enemy. Don't give us words, the Navy said. Give us ships and planes. Give us guns and shells. There'll be time for words and cheering when victory comes, and our ships are riding in Tokyo Bay. Now there's time for work and only for work. You're doing a great job. Keep it going. That's the kind of Navy you've got, Americans. Let's back them up with everything we have. Thanks and good night.
The second in a series of 5 special programs presented by Camel Cigarettes and dedicated to our fighting forces. Tonight, Jack Benny and Company appeared through the courtesy of their sponsors, General Foods, makers of Grape Nuts Flakes. And tonight's script is by Eddie Boulogne and Bobby O'Brien. Climb aboard the Camel Comedy Caravan next Friday in a salute to the United States Coast Guard, starring Rudy Valley, Dorothy Lamour, Victor Borga, Bill Thompson, who is the old-timer on the Fibber McGee and Molly program, and the King Sisters. Camel cigarettes bring you 4 great radio shows each week. Tomorrow night, Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. On Monday, it's Blondie. Thursday, Gary Moore, Jimmy Durante, and Xavier Cugat. And next Friday, the Camel Comedy Caravan starring Rudy Valley. And remember, Camels have more flavor. Yes, smoke a pack yourself, and you'll see that Camels have more flavor. The extra flavor that helps Camels hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. Get a pack tonight. This is Ken Niles saying good night for Camel cigarettes. First in the circle.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile. Dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dick Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho.
With a hey and a hi and a ho, 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 you start off the day with a glow, ho, ho. Sing all the way as the way you go with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. Up go the blinds and you know, ho, ho, it ain't gonna rain anymore, ho, ho. Sun's gotta shine 'cause you made it so with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. While you buy the paper on a little happy little hum, cut a little caper, singing happiness, here I come. With a hey and a hi and a ho, 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 you smile from your head to your toe, ho, ho. Pack up your blues and away they go. With a hey and a hi, a hey and a hi, a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. With a hey and a hi and a ho, ho. With a hey and a hi and a ho, ho. Hey and a hi and a hey and a hi and a ho.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, the main topic of conversation these days in the town of Weaverville is, of all things, modern art. For the eminent American artist Harlan Dunning is giving a one-man exhibit of his works at the local museum. And joy supreme, the exhibit will include a painting owned by Mrs. Herbert Anderson, a Dunning which has hung over her mantelpiece for years. Well, our young hero, Dennis Day's art studies ended at the age of 3 when he lost his crayon book. So Mildred has sent him down to the museum this morning to soak up all the knowledge of art he could. He has just returned, bone dry.
Did you really study the paintings and statues carefully, Dennis?
Well, I tried to, Mildred. Did people actually pose for those statues?
Well, sure. Why?
Gee, there must have been even more virus X around then than there is now.
Oh, Dennis.
Well, I couldn't help being a little surprised at those paintings and statues, Mildred. I thought they'd stop posing people in that condition after they were 2 years old.
But, Dennis, that's art.
Well, maybe so, but there was one picture there that... Well, I won't tell you what the title was, but I'm not going to open my eyes before noon during September.
Dennis, that was September morn. That's a classical pose.
I bet it could get popular.
Oh, golly, and I was hoping when I sent you down to that museum you'd get something out of it.
All I got was my life unsheltered.
Well, at least you got to see the Harlan Dunning exhibit, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, it was off in a little room by itself. Anyway, I didn't blush at his pictures. I couldn't make head or tail of them.
Well, Mr. Dunning's a modern painter.
Oh.
In modern painting, it's more the feeling you get from the work. The objects aren't supposed to look like they do in real life.
He's got that part of it down to a science.
You couldn't understand his paintings at all?
No. There was one there that I thought was a picture of a baby. I kept wondering why it only had 4 fingers. Then I found out later it was a cow.
Well, that's funny. The Dunning mother owns is just a simple little landscape that anyone can... Oh, good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Mildred. Dennis.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Dennis has just come back from the museum,
The
Mother.
museum? Did you see my picture, Dennis? The Dunning I loaned them for the exhibit?
Oh, yes, ma'am. There was quite a big crowd around it.
Oh, I just knew there would be.
Yeah, they have it hanging over the Coca-Cola machine.
How dare they hang my painting in such a place?
Oh, I think it's on account of the frame. There's a lip on it that's good for opening bottles.
Oh, there is there? Well, we'll see about this.
Oh, now don't get excited, Mother. I'm sure they'll take very good care of it.
They'd better. Your father paid a fortune for that painting. Do you know what he'd threaten them with if anything happened to it?
You?
They wouldn't like it, I can promise you that. I'm going to phone that museum this instant.
Gee, she sure is proud of that painting, isn't she?
Well, you can't blame her. It's the only real art treasure she ever owned. Daddy surprised her with it on their first wedding anniversary.
Oh, really?
Yes. Mother didn't have any idea what she was getting.
Well, neither did your father the year before.
Dennis, how can you say things like that? Why, Daddy's the happiest man in the world.
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, children.
Why, Daddy, is something wrong?
Wrong, you ask. You know that Harlan Dunning is in town? And that the painting I gave your mother is hanging in the museum?
Well, of course. What of it?
Just this. A secret I've kept for 20 years is about to be made painfully public. That painting isn't a genuine Dunning at all.
What?
Mr. Dunning didn't paint it? Gosh, what'll Mrs. Anderson say?
She'll probably ask you to have 6 of my friends standing by for a load.
But I don't understand, Daddy. How did it all happen?
Oh, it's a long, sad story, Mildred. The first year Pupsy and I were married, I was in New York on business. One afternoon, a couple of us went to Greenwich Village.
Gee, I've heard of that place. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Well, so had I. I'd even passed through it once on a streetcar.
Boy, you've really lived, haven't you?
Yes, indeed. Well, suddenly I realized that the following week was our anniversary. I reached into my pocket, pulled out $3. All that was left after a big week of cranking at the penny arcade.
Oh, golly.
Well, to make a long story short, I finally found a dark-bearded Frenchman in a smock who was selling paintings. He sold me that picture of Pupsies for the $3, including the frame.
Gosh, and then you signed Harlan Dunning's name to it?
Yes, and told her it cost me $200.
Oh. And now Mr. Dunning's in town and the whole story will come out. Oh, Daddy, Mother will never speak to you again.
I don't think I can count on it, Mildred.
Gee, if there was only some way to keep this Dunning from seeing the picture. Hey, wait a minute. He's stopping at my boss's house. Maybe I can get some ideas from Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, my boy, if you only could.
Oh, do you really think you might, Dennis?
Well, it's possible. He's always giving me a piece of his mind when I don't ask for it. Maybe he can spare a hunk when I do. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, Dennis?
Is it possible you'd do something for me? A favor?
Why, Dennis, you know how I feel about you.
Yeah, but would you anyway?
Well, what is it you want?
Well, Mr. Willoughby, I'm faced with a problem that calls for a bit of skullduggery. I've come to you because you've got more duggery in your skull than anyone I know.
You're very kind. My entire duggery is at your disposal.
Well, here's the problem. You see, this painter, Harlan Dunning, is stopping at your house.
Yes, what about it?
Well, it's very important that I prevent him from doing something. Now, first of all, do you think he'd take a bribe?
A bribe? What kind of bribe?
Oh, a pretty good one. Say $3.
Why, Diamond Jim.
No good, huh? Well, then maybe you've got something on him that I could use.
Something on him?
Yeah, something horrible he did once, like wife-beating or grain trading.
Dennis, don't you think this has gone far enough? Just what are you trying to do? Blackmail a man who is now in my house as a guest of my wife?
Guest of your wife? Hey, maybe there's a romance we could nail him on.
A romance with my wife?
I'll grab at any straw when I'm desperate.
Dennis, you can stop this nonsense about Harlan Dunning. I'm not interested in your problem, and I don't care to hear any more about it.
But Mr.
That
Willoughby
is final, Dennis. Oh, that reminds me, though. Run up to the barber shop on the corner and make an appointment for Mr. Dunning. He'll be in at 1 o'clock.
The barber shop?
Yes, and tell Roy to do a good job. Dunning wouldn't want to go to his exhibit unless he were perfectly groomed.
Hey, he wouldn't at that, would he? Mr. Willoughby, I just got an idea.
Oh, the poor, lonely little thing. What is it?
Well, it's something I have to do during lunch hour. Could you possibly see your way clear to give me one today?
Well, I suppose it's all right just this once. Don't think I'm setting a precedent, though.
Oh, no, sir. I'm not a radical. I'll see you later, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, Dennis, wait a minute.
Oh, Mildred. Oh, gee, something important has come up, Mildred. I'm on my way right now.
But you invited me to come down and eat lunch with you today.
I know, and I'm sorry you made that long trip with the sandwiches. But you see, this is for your father.
Oh, you mean you've got...
Yeah, I got an idea to keep Dunning from appearing at the exhibit or anywhere else in public.
Oh, golly, honestly? Well, what? How?
Oh, come on, I'll tell you as we go. Oh, this is a killer. Boy, am I a low-down, dirty rat. Wait till you hear it.
Oh, Dennis, you're just marvelous.
Sure, and did you see how easy it was? I told Roy Mr. Dunning wanted a shave and a haircut, but out at Willoughby's, not here.
Yes.
And when he comes back, it'll be too late. Hey, Roy's white jacket fits me pretty good, doesn't it, huh?
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness, look. There's a man coming across the sidewalk now. It must be Mr. Dunning.
Yeah, quick, get out of sight. I'm all set.
Oh, good luck.
Good day.
Well, 1 o'clock, right on the dot. So my name is Giuseppe Antonio Silvestro Bacigalupo Graziani. I'm the barber. You the customer, have a seat.
What was that name again?
Giuseppe Antonio Silvestri Bacigalupo Graziani.
Why, the sign outside says Roy D. Flugelheimer.
That's correct. That's what my name is. I mean in English.
Oh, I see. Well, I like a haircut, a shampoo, and a shave, please. In other words, the works.
Ah, don't worry. That's just what are you going to get.
I'm rather particular about the way I look. You're certain you know your business?
Well, shoo! Don't worry about a thing, amico mio. I've been cutting hair every day for 20 years. And on a Domenica, that's a Sunday, just to keep in a practice, I cut all of the neighbors' heads. Lean it back, please. Lean it back.
All right, then. And when you're through, you might trim my mustache, please.
Just leave it to me. I trim it fine. I got some nice stuff left over from a Christmas.
What was that?
Lean back. I give you the haircut. So come on. Hey, how's that? Nice, huh?
What? You made the left side much too short.
Don't worry. We snip some off of the right. There.
Yeah, but now the right side is shorter than the left.
Okay, we'll work some more on the left. So, how's that?
Well, now the left side is shorter again.
Hey, what kind of head you got it there? Must be very uneven.
Well, it wasn't uneven before you started.
Well, wait, I fixed him up.
All right.
Now the same on both sides, a nice and a bare.
Why, what have you done? I've got no hair at all on the sides and a clump of it sticking up in the middle.
Yeah, you look alike at the Navajo.
What am I supposed to do now? Sell blankets?
Oh, don't worry, I fixed them. There. Whoops, still uneven.
How can it be? There isn't a hair left on my head.
No, but I cut off one eyebrow.
Why?
Oh, wait, I'll fix it. That's all right. There, even again. Okay, next, please.
You.
Yeah, that's too bad. What would it be?
Exhibit.
Why, your exhibit.
My name isn't Dunning. It's Sidney Newhouse. I'm a traveling salesman.
Sidney Newhouse? A traveling salesman?
Yes, what about it?
Oh, nothing. It's nice to meet you. You heard any good stories lately? So then the only thing I could do was to beat it before Roy got back. I'm afraid I failed, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, dear.
I guess we're sunk.
Well, as far as I can see, there's only one way to keep Dunning from getting a look at that painting. We're going to steal it from the exhibit.
Steal it? Well, wouldn't that be stealing? I'm certain it would.
I'm only taking what belongs to me, Dennis.
Well, yeah, but how are you going to do it? Mr. Stark, the chairman of the exhibit, is there all the time.
That's where you come in, my boy. You're going to distract her attention.
Me? How?
By flirting with her.
Mr. Anderson, your mezzanine is falling downstairs.
You can do it. You're always imitating movie stars. Now pick out some great lover of the screen and go to work on her.
Well, there is one who always gets Rosette. After all, what can we lose? Just our health and our liberty.
Well, there she is, Dennis. Now, do you think you can keep her occupied while I snatch the painting?
I hope so. This is one screen lover who's never missed before, anyway.
Good. I'll hide here in the archway until you've made your conquest. Oh, here she comes.
Oh, is there something I can do for you, young man? It's after hours, you know.
Hello, short, gray, and beautiful.
I beg your pardon.
It's just about cocktail time, Dreamboat. What say we drift down to the beer parlor and blast it and schlitz it a while?
Why, we haven't even been introduced yet.
I'm a man and you're a woman, kiddo. That's the stuff couples are made of.
But this is so sudden.
I can't help it, love bundle. You're the type that drives men wild.
Oh, my late husband always used to say that.
Not in that tone of voice, I'll bet.
Well, no. Oh, you are kind of cute.
I thought you'd begin to see things my way.
You have nice eyes and such lovely curly hair. And a darling dimple.
You missed the lips, baby. Get a load of the lower one.
Oh, my, I'm afraid you're just too much for me.
You said it, kiddo, and my motto is, if you can't fight 'em, join 'em.
Aren't you going to ask me for a kiss?
Why, I hadn't planned to go into the matter that deeply.
Oh, come on, brown eyes. Kiss me.
Well, all right, close your eyes and tilt your head back.
Dennis, everything's okay.
Well, my eyes are closed and my head is tilted, dear boy.
Okay, hold it. I'll be back in half an hour. Whee! Boy, that was close. Did you get it, Mr. Anderson?
It's right here under my coat.
Good. Now we're in the... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
A horrible thought just struck me. Won't the police investigate this?
Sure they will. That's part of my plan.
Say, that's pretty clever. How long do you think we'll be in for?
Well, you don't understand my scheme. We're going to plant this in Harlan Dunning's room at the Willoughbys.
Plant it? But he can prove to the cops he didn't take it.
Not if we're the cops.
Huh?
All we have to do is say that we're the police and accuse him of the theft.
Yeah?
Then we'll tell him that if he won't reveal that it's not a real Dunning, we'll return the picture and say nothing about it.
Wow!
Isn't that some idea?
Boy, when your brain gets revved up, your whole head spins, doesn't it? Gee, Mr. Anderson, we're sure in luck. Mrs. Willoughby is still out shopping, and Mr. Willoughby hasn't come home from the store yet.
It's about time we got a break. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Open up in the name of the law! Open up, I say!
Yeah, up!
What's going on out here?
Don't make a move, Dunning. I've got you covered.
Yeah, covered.
Okay, Anderson. Whisk him.
Whisk him?
Risk him?
Don't you mean frisk him?
Oh, that's it.
Gentlemen, may I be so bold as to inquire what this is all about?
Cut it out, Dunning. Come on, where'd you hide the stuff, the loot, the swag?
Yeah, where'd you...
I'm afraid I haven't the faintest idea what you mean.
Oh, so you won't talk, huh?
I'd rather not. Much more fun listening.
Oh, yeah? Well, we'll beat it out of you. Herbie, where's your Billy?
Why, Billy has it.
Well, we'll get out the rubber hose. How do you want it, Dunning? With the nozzle on or off?
Just a fine spray, if you please.
You may not know it, Dunning, but you're in trouble.
Yes,
we're detectives specializing in investigating theft.
Yeah, we're from the Homicide Bureau.
Come clean, Dunning. Where's the painting?
What painting?
The one you stole from Weaverville Museum.
Are you out of your mind?
He isn't going to talk, Sarge. We better search the room.
Right, Corporal.
Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry. You take the closets and bureau drawers. I'll go through his wallet.
You put your hands on my things, gentlemen, and you'll regret it the rest of your lives. Now, that's a warning.
Are you threatening us, cops?
You're no more cops than I am. Now, what's your game?
See here, you.
No use, Mr. Anderson. He knows we're not cops.
But how could he tell?
I don't know. Maybe it's our high arches. Better show him the painting, Mr. Anderson.
Well, all right. Here.
What? Oh, I say, that's got my name on it.
Yes, sir, but we know you didn't really paint it.
I should say I didn't. This is a...
Huh?
Nothing. What do you want?
Well, Mr. Anderson gave this picture to his wife 20 years ago, and she's always thought it was a Dunning original. And now with the exhibit and you being here in person...
She'd find out the truth and be unhappy.
Yes, sir. In a pretty bloody sort of way.
I see. Well, gentlemen, how would you like me to trade you a real Dunning original for this picture of yours?
Oh, my goodness.
Gosh, Mr. Dunning, would you?
Oh, why not? After all, you're on the spot. Glad to help you.
Oh, bless you,
bless
sir.
You.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Yes. Now, just sign this sales form right here, and we'll make it all fine and legal.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
There you are.
Yeah. And here is one of my paintings. It's a still life. I call it Flute and Liverwurst at Dusk.
Gee, it's a beauty, too. Thanks a million, Mr. Dunning.
Not at all. But perhaps you'd be interested in hearing just why I was kind enough to make this little exchange with you.
Why, yes, sir, we would.
Very well. I shall tell you.
You mean it wasn't a Dunning original I had hanging in the parlor all these years?
That's right, Poopsie. Now you know the whole story of how I bought it from that Frenchman in Greenwich Village.
And you actually traded it to Mr. Dunning for one of his genuine paintings?
Yes, ma'am. This is it right here.
Yes. Very pretty, probably.
You say it's called Flute and Liverwurst at Dusk?
That's right. The flute is the one with the holes.
Well, anyway, it's an original Dunning, and that's all that matters. So all's well that ends well.
That's true, little gumdrop.
There's just one more little thing. I don't suppose you'd even care about it one way or the other.
What's that, Dennis?
The reason Mr. Dunning traded his picture for yours.
Oh, what was the reason?
Well, as I say, I don't suppose it matters. But the picture you had hanging in your parlor was an original Picasso worth $10,000.
Oh, no!
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Serenade of the Bells. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the popular ballad, Serenade of the Bells.
In the sleepy town of San Juanito, there's a story that a padre tells of a gay senor and senorita and the serenade of the bells. Seems they asked the padre for permission to be married early in the spring, but their folks had made just one condition, that the mission bells had to ring. Everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. Then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Still the bells are broken, goes the story. But if in your heart a true love dwells, they will ring for you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the bells. Everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. Then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Still the bells are broken, goes the story. But if in your heart a true love dwells, they will ring for you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the bells. The serenade of the bells.
doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Spring came to Ivy a few days ago, and in spring, as we all know, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love, just as it does in summer and autumn and in winter. Sometimes it doesn't turn lightly at all, but with a resounding crash. And as in many crashes, it's the innocent bystanders who are most shaken up. No bystanders are more innocent this evening than Dr. William Todhunter Hall, Ivy's president, and his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English stage. It's shortly after dinner, and Dr. Hall is in his study. Mrs. Hall enters and says,
Was that you making all that racket just now, Toddy darling?
Yes, I was feeling a bit chilly and thought I'd build a fire.
Oh, well, why didn't you?
Well, having cleaned out the ashes, broken up a crate for kindling, and carried in 3 huge logs, I don't feel chilly anymore, just overheated. But don't go yet, Vicky. I've got a problem.
What is it?
Well, I've arranged all the papers on my desk neatly, sharpened all the pencils I could find, changed the ribbon in my typewriter, and cleaned the keys. Now, what else can I do to put off the moment when I have to go to work?
Oh, Toddy, now please buckle down to it. Otherwise you'll be up half the night, and it isn't good for you.
All right, my dear. Very well. Here I go. Hooray, an interruption. I mean, isn't that just too bad? It's about to... Hello, Dr. Hall speaking. Who? Oh, no, not at all, Brooks. What is it? Yes, of course you may come over. Where are you now? In a few minutes, then. Goodbye.
Who was it?
Young Brooks. Sounded very upset.
Isn't it Professor Quincannon's job to attend to students who sound very upset?
Well, it's little enough for me to do for Ivy's star athletes. But speaking of Professor Quincannon, we had lunch together today, and he reminded me that it is March, and time for us to prepare for our annual kite-flying competition. Won't you come out and watch us?
Well, of course I'll come. But isn't this annual kiting contest among the Ivy faculty a bit juvenile?
Oh, tradition, my dear. As an Englishwoman, you should know about that. England is full of delightful traditions. For example, in the year 1043, an archer stumbled, let loose a shaft which took the King's Chamberlain's prize pig in the left flank, and every year on March the umpteenth, a fast courier rides from Wolverhampton to Windsor Castle with a broken bowstring and a flitch of bacon. That sort of thing.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Like celebrating your American Independence Day by shooting off Chinese fireworks.
Anyway, you know, Professor Quincannon is still convinced he beat me last year because I didn't use the correct amount of string.
Oh, yes. You used too little, didn't you?
Oh, not at all. 900 feet to every 10 square feet of lifting surface. It's a mere matter of correlating the aerodynamic factors with the weight and tensile strength of the string. I worked it out mathematically.
You certainly did. Toddy, when Brooks comes, you will make an effort to keep it short and get to work as soon as you can, now won't you?
Oh, as I promised. But it's important that I see him. Between now and the Easter recess, when the students get a chance to blow off steam, is the most difficult period of the school year. I must do what I can to ease the strain wherever it appears. Yes, what is it, Penny?
Excuse me, sir, but you asked me to look for your kite.
Oh, yes. You found it?
Yes, sir. It's in the attic.
Is it in good condition?
Oh, yes, good as new, except in some respects. I used the cloth for cleaning rags last summer, sir.
Oh, well, that can be replaced, as long as the rest of it's all right.
Oh, it is, except for the frame. I had a need of kindling for the fire last winter.
Oh, no.
And the rest of it is just as you left it.
What rest of it?
The tail, sir. Oh, excuse me, the doorbell.
If it's a Mr. Brooks, Penny, send him in.
Yes, Mum.
Don't be upset, Toddy. Penny wasn't deliberately destructive.
No, she's quite impersonal about it, but so is an earthquake. And the consequences are just as devastating. However, if I remember correctly, I have another old kite in the cellar somewhere. And Oh, come in, Brooks, come in.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mrs. Hall.
Good evening.
I hope I'm not interrupting something.
No. We were discussing nothing more important than kite flying.
Oh, yes. I remember watching you and Professor Quincannon on the Commons last year. He, outflew you, didn't he?
Well, yes, it so
if
happened
I may
that
suggest, sir, try using a little more string this year.
Thank you. But I've taken the trouble to work it out mathematically.
William, may I remind you that there's a desk full of work waiting for you?
Oh, yes. Well, what can I do for you, Brooks?
Would you prefer to speak to Dr. Hall alone?
Oh, no, ma'am. I haven't come to talk about myself. It's about my roommate, Merton Savada.
Oh, yes, you remember Savada, Victoria, the child prodigy?
Of course.
Has some friction developed between Savada and you, Brooks?
Oh, no, sir, not at all. As a matter of fact, I think he likes me very much. And I know darn well I like him. He's an awfully good kid, sir.
I rather thought putting you two together was a good idea. You know, it seemed like a natural combination, considering your experience as a counselor in boys' summer camps and his extreme youth. How old is he, by the way, 15?
Yes, sir. And working for his M.A. in physics.
Yes. Well, is Savada in some difficulty?
Yes, sir. I didn't realize it at first. He's such a funny combination of grown-up man and little boy that he takes a lot of figuring out. But he's been acting so strangely the last couple of days.
In what way?
Cutting classes, something he never did before. And sitting up writing almost every night, all night.
Writing? Writing what?
You wouldn't say. And he'd lock everything away in his trunk when he was finished.
Well, now, that's very selfish of him, wasn't it? Who does he think he is to want a little privacy?
Oh, no. Mrs. Hall, I wasn't trying to be snoopy. But I'm worried about the kid. He's in a tailspin, and I want to snap him out of it.
Well, I think that's very commendable, Brooks. That's what roommates are for, to take turns acting as lifeguard when the other member goes off the deep end.
Well, anyway, this morning I found this stuff in his wastebasket. Here.
No, thank you. I'd rather not read it, Brooks. Not being his roommate myself, I must respect his privacy. Just tell me, in general, what it is.
Poetry.
Oh.
Love poetry. It's sickening stuff.
Oh, you men. Well, I've known a lot of boys who wrote poetry. Some of it to me, too, if I do say so myself. And very few of them got fitted for straitjackets. And leave the boy alone. He'll recover.
Well, that's the point, Mrs. Hall. He'll recover too late. I found him packing his trunk when I got back from dinner. He was leaving school. I'm afraid some little bobby soxer has been giving him a rough time.
Oh, good heavens.
Well, I think it's beautiful. It's tragic, but it's beautiful.
I don't know, Victoria. I can only see the tragedy. No schoolboy romance should require such a drastic solution. This takes it out of the comic Valentine class and makes it a serious emotional problem. Where's the boy going, Brooks? His parents are in New Zealand, aren't they?
Yes, sir. He hasn't seen them for 2 years. His father's attached to the American embassy there. But I think he has an aunt and uncle living in Washington.
Excuse me, sir. There's a Merton Savada here to see you.
Oh, well, I suppose you'd better show him in.
Is there any way I can get out through the rear of the house? I don't want the kid to think I've been going behind his back. I mean, especially since I have been going behind his back.
Well, I'll show it to you.
Goodbye, sir, and thank you.
Goodbye. Don't worry about Savada. Trust me.
I do, sir.
Mr. Savada, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Savada.
Good evening.
This is an unexpected pleasure. Please, sit down.
Thank you. I'll be brief, sir. And then I'll ask a favor, if I may.
Of course. Feel perfectly at home.
I do feel at home. After all, we're both men of the world.
Quite so.
I'm leaving Ivy, sir, tonight.
Oh? The curriculum is not satisfactory?
Perfectly. You realize, sir, that I took my A.B. at Columbia last year.
Yes.
And in one more year, I'd have my master's degree here at Ivy. It's got nothing to do with the school, I assure you. It's just that I'm in an emotional situation that cannot be resolved. Une affaire de cœur. A matter of the heart.
I understand French, Savada. I want you to know that I respect your feeling and your resolve, but that I don't think you ought to consider leaving your studies until you've explored every other possibility, including the asking of advice from an older man. Won't you tell me about it and see if I can help?
Well, I'm in love for the first time in my life. Never even considered it before. Career first. Everything else second was the way I saw it. Ha!
Doesn't the lady return your love?
She doesn't even know I exist.
You've never told her how you felt?
No, sir. It wouldn't help. You see, she loves another man.
Well, you can't be certain of that, you know, until you ask her.
I never thought of that.
Ask her, my boy, ask her.
But what about the other man?
Oh, he'll have to take his chance, just as you do.
You're very wise, sir.
Oh, no, not at all. Now then, would you care to tell me who she is?
Your wife, sir.
Would you mind repeating that?
Your wife, sir. And that brings me to the favor I want to ask. Before leaving, have I your permission to speak to her?
My wife? Mine?
I can understand this comes as a shock to you, and that you naturally wish to discuss this with her before I see her. With your permission, sir, I'll withdraw for a half hour or so and speak to her when I return. Good evening, sir. Thank you.
Vicky! Vicky, where are you? Vicky! Vicky!
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman will be back in a moment. Right now, there's just time for you to hear how one man tumbled onto something very interesting.
My friend Jim is always saying, you haven't lived till you've been on skis. Well, I'm inclined to look at it the other way around. Staying alive had always come to me easy, until the day I let Jim talk me into a pair of skis and send me plummeting downhill with no visible means of support. You'll love it were his parting words, but there again we disagreed. Halfway down the hill, I met a sapling, thus ending my short, unhappy career as a skier. I limped back to the lodge where the doctor said it was only a sprain. However, Jim blamed himself for my downfall and kept clucking over me like a mother hen, bringing me pillows, magazines, and several bottles of Schlitz beer. I'd never tasted Schlitz before, but the good things I've heard about it had me smacking my lips before I tried it. My first swallow told me that here was a beer that more than lived up to its advance notices. Here was a beer so fine, not even a radio announcer's best adjectives could do justice to its flavor. Yes, getting acquainted with Schlitz was more than worth the few bruises that brought it about. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, where a triangle has developed on a quadrangle, we find Dr. Hall torn between amusement and concern as he says,
Have you any idea of what you're going to say, Victoria? How you're going to carry it off?
Not the slightest, William. Well, I suppose I could say, I'm sorry, Merton, I'm already bespoke. But I'd like you to think of me as your sister. That's a little wheaty, isn't it?
The word is corny, Victoria. Well, first you say, how do you do? Then you say something about the weather. Then after that you just improvise.
Now, why couldn't I have thought of that?
Oh, my dear, I'm certain you'll handle it very well. You've met situations just as difficult with tact and dexterity.
Name one.
Well, the faculty tea, for instance, a few days after I first brought you to Ivy. You told me you'd never been so fearful in your life.
Oh, I remember. Oh, Toddy, I was so afraid they wouldn't like me. I thought to myself, one look at me and Toddy's career suffers a 30 or 40-year setback. An actress in these sedate surroundings. And a musical comedy actress at that.
Well, I don't mind telling you now, after so many years, that it was a crucial moment in my life, too. Will you ever forget that short walk from our house to the faculty club? It was an evening in May, as I recall, and you seemed perfectly all right, until we closed our front door behind us, and then... What is it, Vicky? Why have you stopped?
Oh, please, let's go back into the house. I simply can't face all those strangers.
They're not strangers, darling. I've known some of them a dozen years.
Well, I've hardly been here a week, and I've never seen any of them before in my life. Please, Toddy, we can telephone. We can make some excuse.
Oh, darling.
It's going to be dreadful. There'll be a murmur of conversation until I appear, and then it will die away as that battery of eyes converges on me. Toddy, I just can't go in there and open cold.
No, look. How would you like me to go in first? Doing a buck and wing. I can be singing, hello, hello, there's going to be a show. that might warm them up.
Toddy, don't laugh at me. Not when I'm feeling so inadequate.
Ah, you've no reason to. They'll all adore you. You'll be the loveliest woman present.
I can imagine how much the wives of the faculty members will adore the loveliest woman present. Toddy, let's go back. Well, at least let me change my gown.
But it's a beautiful gown.
Yeah, but it's too beautiful. Let me change to something simpler. But brogans and a pair of overalls, perhaps. I just don't want to be resented. I'm the strange bird in the barnyard, and I don't want to be pecked at.
Vicky, you're not going to be pecked at. You are impeccable. No, darling. You're going in wearing that gown, and everyone will gasp with admiration, and I'll be the proudest man there. Sailor, I have spoken. Now, give me your hand.
I feel as though I were on my way to the gallows, and I didn't even have time to eat a hearty meal. And I've forgotten everything you've told me about who's who.
Well, the head of my department is Dean Gurney. He resembles a bilious pigeon.
Oh, yes, you told me. I remember I associated his name with crusts of bread,
yes,
because one does feed pigeons crusts of bread, doesn't one?
That's right.
Well, thank heaven I'm certain about one thing. One does feed pigeons crusts of bread. How do you do, Dean Gurney? Do you have a crust of bread?
No.
Merely associating. And then I should say to him, please introduce me to your wife. I've heard so much about her.
No, I wouldn't, darling. Inasmuch as she left him to marry a prize fighter, I feel it would strike rather as silly. I told you, don't you remember?
No. Oh, Toddy, I don't remember anything. Not anything at all. What shall I do?
Vicky, I love you. One unkind word or glance directed at you, and I shall ask the entire faculty to step outside en masse. And remember this, my darling. No appointment, no job is worth more to me than the smile on your face, the happiness in your heart, and above all, the gay and gallant spirit that is Vicky.
Darling, thank you for buckling on my armor.
Well, we're in for it now, darling. I've rung the doorbell. Now, just remember that faculty wives are merely...
Toddy, darling, that's our doorbell, and you didn't ring it.
I didn't? You mean you did? Ah, brave girl. Now you're getting yourself in hand.
No, Toddy. That's our doorbell. Come on home, dear.
Home? Well, then what is... Oh, our doorbell. Yes, well, Penny will answer it. I'm sorry if I was being absent-minded again.
That's all right, Toddy. But next time, don't squeeze my arm quite so hard. Mr. Savada will think you've been beating me.
Savada? Oh, yes, good heavens, I must get out of here. It'll be less embarrassing for him if he doesn't see me.
Oh, Toddy, please don't go. Get me out of this.
You trust me, Victoria. I'll think of something. I hope. Somebody's got to think of something.
Mr. Savada, Mum.
Yes, thank you, Penny. Well, come along in, Mr. Savada. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
It's, lovely weather, isn't it? May I improvise you... may I get you some milk and cookies?
I'm not a child.
I'm sorry.
Please don't be sorry. I wouldn't hurt you for anything in the world.
Well, thank you. You're very gallant. I've been told you're leaving school. Why?
I think it best. Staying here near you is... Well, I'm not made of marble, you know. If I thought there was even a remote possibility... But there isn't, is there?
Well, I think not. Aside from every other consideration, I happen to love my husband deeply.
I don't see how you can.
You don't?
No. Why, he's old enough to be my father.
How old do you suppose I am?
Just the right age. Victoria. I may call you Victoria, may I not?
Yes, please do.
Victoria, what does he have that I haven't got? I'll match my IQ against his any time.
Well, it's not a question of intelligence, Merton.
Maybe you think I couldn't support you. I have assets. I'm writing a book, and I could sell my butterfly collection, and I get a regular weekly allowance.
Wait, it isn't that at all, believe me. I know, we all know, how capable you are, and what a fine career you're certain to have.
Do you think he's handsomer than I am? Because I can promise you that someday I'll be just as distinguished at the temples as he is. Runs in the family.
Yes, I'm sure of it. I consider you an extremely presentable young man. And I know that someday you'll meet the right girl and be very happy. And then I hope...
Then there's nothing I can say that will make you reconsider.
Merton, tell me, what did you imagine a relationship with me would be like?
I know what it would be like. I've thought of it 1,000,000 times.
Tell me.
Well, you'd always be around. And you'd wave to me when I left for school in the morning. And we'd go to theaters and concerts together. And I'd tell you things, and you'd tell me things. And it would be so wonderful.
I think I'm beginning to understand.
Are you really?
Yes. Merton, tell me something. But look deeply into your heart and reflect a moment before answering.
I will.
Is it really a sweetheart you want? Isn't it really a mother? There. Come on now. That's it. You're all right. Come over here. Take my handkerchief. Give me your hand.
Oh, Mrs. Hall. Mrs. Hall.
Yes, I know how it is, Merton. Believe me, I do. Well, I used to cry myself to sleep for a mother I never knew. I lost mine when I was still a baby. Now, at least you have a mother.
Yes, I guess that's right. I suppose it's childish to be so lonely.
No, it isn't childish at all. Well, I think one has to be pretty self-centered not to be lonely. But now that you realize that it is just loneliness...
Well, Victoria, and how did... Oh, well, excuse me. Hello, Savada.
Hello, Dr. Hall. Well, the reason I was holding your wife's hand, Doctor, is...
No, please. That requires no explanation, Savada. The impulse to hold my wife's hand is practically universal. And I didn't mean to intrude. I just came in here to... what did I come in here for? Oh, yes. I was mending a kite, and I wanted some string from the desk drawer. Some kite string. It was in this desk. I'm sorry if I seem to be babbling.
William, there are miles of string in the kitchen. Ask Penny.
No, I won't require miles, darling. I'm not trying to break the record, whatever it is.
It's 21,120 feet.
What?
The altitude record for kites. 21,120 feet.
Oh.
Established in November 1905 at the Prussian Aeronautical Observatory.
Thank you. Are you a kite flyer?
No, kites are for children.
Really?
I think you're wrong, Merton. Dr. Hall is certainly not a child, and he finds it most difficult at times to fly them.
Probably uses the wrong amount of string.
I do not use the wrong amount of string. I use approximately 900 feet to every 10 square feet of lifting surface.
Too little by far from what I know of the theory.
Well, indeed, let me tell you something.
Merton, please, may I suggest that instead of merely discussing it, you both go out to the fields tomorrow morning and there determine who is right and who is wrong.
Well, now, that seems... Isn't he leaving school?
Are you, Merton?
I suppose I could put it off for a day.
Oh, it may take weeks to settle this matter. What do you say, Merton? Can you put off leaving for more than one day?
I guess so. I mean, yes, of course. We can go out together every Saturday morning, all three of us.
Exactly.
I think I'll stay.
I'm delighted, Mr. Savada. Confused, but delighted.
Well, come along, dear, and sit down.
Thank you. I trust, Savada, you won't think me intrusive if I hold my wife's other hand.
No, sir.
Good. Now then, are you acquainted with aerodynamics?
Yes, sir. What kind of a kite do you fly? Flat or box?
Flat. I like a...
Try a box.
What do you mean?
I say that because theoretically four-plane surfaces versus a single-plane surface gives you a lifting potential far greater than...
Yes, but against that you have added weight, as I've worked it out mathematically.
The added weight, Doctor, when you consider the applied theory...
Yes, I know, my boy, but the theory of flight in heavier than aircraft presupposes that a split current of air... I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And now here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, I hope young Merton Savada will be all right now.
Oh, yes, Toddy, he was just lonely. And all alone bewept his outcast state.
That's all very well, my dear, but you know Mr. Shakespeare really wrote that sonnet for lovers like you and me. Oh, I think of it often when in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself and curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed, desiring this man's art and that man's scope, with what I most enjoy contented least. Yet in these thoughts, myself almost despising, haply I think on thee, and that's you, Vicky. And then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising from sullen earth, sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered, such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with kings.
Thank you, darling. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Henry Blair, Gloria Gordon, and Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the Halls of Ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Now, here are we, the people, over most of these NBC stations.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Bea Benaderet, Jill Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
Starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
One of the biggest foreign stars to sweep the country these days is James Mason. When a James Mason picture is showing, everybody drops their tea and crumpets and runs to the movies. And so it is in Mel Blanc's little town. The local movie house is crowded, and in the orchestra we hear Sally Brown saying to Joe Howard,
"Oh, Joe, when he said to her, 'You have the most adorable lips in the world,' did that make you think of anything?"
I wanted to kiss you, of course.
And in the loges, Shirley Davis says to Jerry Cooper,
"Jerry, when he said, 'Darling, I could hold you in my arms forever,' did that make you think of anything?"
I thought of holding you in my arms, naturally.
And in the balcony, where Mel Blanc has been sitting with his girl, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
Mel, when he said, 'Darling, how I've hungered for you. Oh, I could eat you up alive,' did that make you think of anything?"
It sure did, Betty. I'm going to get another bag of popcorn.
Well, romantic Mel got his popcorn, Betty got bored, and now we find them leaving the movie.
Oh, gosh, that was wonderful. Now, what did you like best about the movie tonight?
Getting in before the prices changed.
No, I mean James Mason. Oh, what a lover. Did you see the way he hit Ann Todd with his cane? Oh, that's real love.
What kind of love is that? All he does is beat women. He hits them all the time.
He only makes $100,000 a year.
Probably gets paid by the lump. Why should he want to act in pictures? He can retire and sell Band-Aids.
You're just jealous.
Oh, those English movies. Everybody's so nonchalant. The hero comes in and says to his wife, "Darling, I've just shot your mother and father. Would you care for a cup of tea?" And she says, "With cream, please. Are they dead?" And he says, "Quite." And she says, "What else is new?"
You're exaggerating.
Oh, I am not. Betty, if you want to see some real English acting, wait until you see me tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm playing a lover, just like James Mason in a play I wrote for Mrs. Grimes. And she's putting it on tomorrow for her favorite charity. That's when you'll really see.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Mel. I'll bet you took Betty to the movies tonight.
Yeah. How did you know, Mr. Colby?
Well, before Betty left the house, she asked me for 50 cents.
Only 50 cents? Betty, where did you get the other 50 cents from me?
Oh, you nincompoop.
Oh, careful how you talk to me, Mr. Colby. I'm going to be famous. Tomorrow night, I'm acting in a play I wrote for Mrs. Grimes' charity.
You mean that silly banker Grimes' wife is going to put on a play you wrote?
Yes, and when the people see how much better I am than James Mason, I'm sure to get some offers from Hollywood. Who knows? After tomorrow's show, I may be working for Paramount.
No.
Sounds like you're working for MGM.
Listen, Mel, if you so much as get one Hollywood offer, I'll let you marry Betty. How's that?
Why, that's wonderful, Mr. Colby. Thanks.
He thinks he's really going to get an offer. Come along, Betty. I don't want you to be seen walking along the street with a moron.
Well, if you take the back alleys, Mr. Colby, nobody will notice.
Oh, come along, Betty.
Goodbye, Mel.
Bye, Betty. So I won't get an offer, huh? What's so tough about acting like James Mason?
Emily, dear, where have you been?
All you need is an English accent and indigestion. I think I'll walk back to my fix-it shop.
Oh, Melvin.
Oh, it's Mrs. Grimes herself. Hello, Mrs. Grimes. Say, how's the play coming? You look excited about something.
Oh, I am, Melvin. I feel as though I was soaring on fleecy clouds. My feathers ruffled in the breeze, my wings spreading. Ooh, I'm a bird.
Well, pull up a statue and sit down. Tell me, what's on your mind?
Oh, I'm so happy I could burst into song. Oh, and I'm calling you.
calls like that, no wonder there's a telephone strike.
Your answer true.
If I ever gave her a true answer, she'd shoot herself.
Mildred, stop interrupting. I'm singing the Indian love call.
The Indian love call? No wonder they're a vanishing race. Say, Mrs. Grimes, what are you so excited about?
Oh, Melvin, I have the most wonderful news. James Mason himself is coming to act in your play tomorrow night.
James Mason? But what about me? I didn't write a play for him.
Oh, Melvin, don't be ridiculous. You can't compare yourself with James Mason. But don't worry. I've written a part for you. You're going to be a Chinese detective.
Chinese detective?
Mm-hmm. Well, Melvin, I'm not sure.
You're not kidding.
I'm calling you.
How do you like that, a Chinese detective? Well, I'll have to be so good I'll still get a Hollywood offer and marry Betty. Let's see, James Mason. To be or not to be, whether 'tis nobler... No, that's no good. Got to start practicing my new part.
Oh, too ticky or not too ticky? Whether 'tis nobler to wash your laundry or make it shirty. Oh, whatever.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and listen to the Mockingbird.
I'm dreaming now of Hallie, sweet Hallie, sweet Hallie. I'm dreaming now of Hallie, for the thought of her is one that never dies.
She's sleeping in the valley, the valley, the valley.
She's sleeping in the valley, and the mockingbird is singing where she lies. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. The mockingbird still singing on her grave. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. Still singing where the weeping willows wave. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to that bird. He's a singing and a mocking and a reeling and a rocking on her grave. Mockingbird. He's a singing and a mocking where the weeping willows wave. Listen to the singing and the mocking and the reeling and the rocking of the mockingbird. Dreaming now of Hallie, sweet Hallie. Sweet Hallie, she's sleeping in the mockingbird is singing for her grave. The mockingbird.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Poor Mel is a very disappointed lad. He was to have acted the leading role in a play he wrote for Mrs. Grimes' favorite charity, but she secured the services of James Mason. Now Mel's dreams of Hollywood fame are shattered. And to add to Mel Blanc's misery, who should come along into his fix-it shop but the town beau Brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. Hot, isn't it?
Naturally, with thousands of women carrying the torch for great big adorable me. In fact, Mel, boy, I'm so divine every inch, I could give myself a pinch.
Hartley, the way you talk, you'd think every woman in the country was nuts about you.
Form your own conclusion, Mel, but I'm the only man in the country who was given a lifetime membership in the YWCA.
Oh, Hartley, you and your stories. You're not such a big man with the women.
Oh, no. A botanist at Harvard recently reported that the birds and the bees tell their children about me. So you see, Mel, I'm essential to every young bird.
So are worms.
Oh, that does it. Oh, you exasperate me. In fact, I'm so I could parade. It makes me very happy to deliver this message. Mrs. Grimes has been unable to obtain James Mason, and your play is off.
What?
That's right. No play. Well, I shall be going. I'm so pretty to see, I shall whistle at me. Boy, nice seeing me.
What a character. He's the only person in the world who has a marriage license with his name signed in both places. Gosh, no play. I'm ruined.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, great and loyal zebra. How is your fellow voyager on the sea of matrimony?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is irrigation ditch.
Perhaps she's more of a cross between a water pump and a ditch. Sort of a witch. But a witch is someone who flies around in the dead of night on an old broom.
Mel, have you ever noticed that our broom has a bicycle seat on it?
Well, if you feel like that, how come you married your wife in the first place?
Mel, it was the third place. I escaped from the first two.
Oh, come now.
All right, Mel, you're right. I'm making things up. When I first married my wife, she had the complexion of a budding rose.
And now?
Withered soup grease. Mine was a California wedding, Mel. There I stood under the orange blossoms, marrying the smudge pot. I should have known I was condemned.
Well, how come?
Well, the night before the wedding, her father said I could have anything I wanted to eat. What a woman. Another day I was in the kitchen cooking a seafood dinner. My wife looked at the pot of boiling water and she said, "Come on, John, don't just stand there. Throw in the old crab." Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, think how badly I feel, mighty potentate. Mrs. Grimes is calling off my play because she can't get James Mason.
Mel, I heard about that, but why should you be worried? Why don't you impersonate him?
Yeah, why didn't I think of that? How come you thought of the idea of impersonating a man who beats up women?
Mel, you're speaking of my lifelong ambition. Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Smash Up, or I can go home and look at the wreck I married to. So long, Mel.
Gee, that's a wonderful idea you gave me. I'll play the James Mason part and the Chinese detective. I'd better send Zuki over to tell Mrs. Grimes before she does anything else. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
But, Zuki, Zookie, do you think Mel is good enough to impersonate James Mason?
Sure, Mrs. Sure, Toots. Mel is just as handsome. He's just as handsome. He's as good. Good. He's as attracted. Well, they both wear pants.
Well, do you think I should give Mel a chance?
Oh, you won't regret it, Mrs. Grimes. When Mel comes out for the final curtain, they'll give him an Oscar. They'll give him an Academy Award. They'll give him a special. They'll give him. Has anybody got a ripe tomato?
Now, Zookie, this is a serious matter. I want you to say, Mrs. Grimes, it is my honest, unbiased, and unprejudiced opinion that Mel cannot fail in his characterization of James Mason.
Okay. Mrs. Grimes, it is my honest, unbiased, and unprejudiced opinion that Mel cannot fail in his characterization of James Mason.
Why, Zookie!
Oh, what I said!
Ladies and gentlemen and friends, as you know, Mel Blanc has written a play for our charity. Tonight he's going to play the part of James Mason and the Chinese detective. So, it is with pleasure that we now present Mel's mystery play entitled Murder During the Music Lesson, or Who Shot the Soprano in the Middle of Her Repertoire? My James, I feel he doesn't love me anymore. We're drifting apart. He hasn't given me a concussion all week. Ah, there he is. Oh, James, there you are. My arms have been waiting for you. My lips have been waiting for you. Speak to me. Speak. Speak.
Leave me, cornucopia. Stop groveling at my feet.
Oh, but I love you.
Oh, stop it. You're spoiling my shine.
James, where were you last night?
What's the use of pretending?
You mean...
Yes, I was out beating another woman.
Well, I still love you. My heart is with you wherever you go. When you go to work, I'm with you. When you go hunting, I'm with you. When you go for a walk, I'm with you.
Well, I'm going to the Turkish bath tonight. Top that. Cornucopia, forget me. Marriage is out of the question. I don't want to be tied down to any one woman.
Oh, but my mother is giving me a dowry of $1 million.
Get the rope.
Oh, I'm so happy. My beloved, shower me with kisses. Shower me. Shower me.
Come now, don't you think you're old enough to take your own shower?
Oh, I'm so happy. I shall ring the butler for some tea.
You rang, madam.
Yes, bring some tea. You know, James, I have a feeling of doom.
So have I. So have I. Oh, stop it already.
Madam.
Yes, Beddoes.
A terrible tragedy has occurred. Your mother has been shot. Tea is served.
Oh, this is terrible. Beddoes, send for Charlie Chan, the detective. And Beddoes?
Yes, madam.
Make mine with lemon.
Madam, the detective. Ah, watch for the day, the 7th of May. Oh, me come a laddie way, a chop chop.
Tell me, are you Charlie Chan?
Oh, no, he can't come. Me, Charlie Chan's brother, Charlie Horse. Chop, 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 chop. What's up, Doc?
My mother has been shot. Care for some tea?
Yes. Sugar? 1 lump. Crumpet? 1 crump. Most unusual case I ever seen. Lady dead 2 hours, apartment not rented yet. Remind me of mystery radio program, the one about Leo DeRosa.
Mystery radio program about Leo DeRosa? What's that?
Suspended. very cute joke, very clever, timely. Yeah. No. Bring in a butler. Where's a butler? Butler!
Sure I am, sir.
Oh, butler, where was you on night of May 12th, 1950?
But 1950 isn't sure yet.
Very weak alibi. Did you see Lady shot?
No, I couldn't. The gun I was shooting was in front of my eyes.
Oh, front of your eyes. That clears you then.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but bring in Sir James. And no one get away from Charlie Horse. And last week we captured Frenchie, the killer. Him got chair. Yeah, Frenchie Fry. Sir James, I wish to interrogate you.
Lost you, no one can interrogate me.
Oh, me no likey you. As honorable ancestors say to cross-eyed monsieur, you rub me wrong way. Well, I basically very sorry. I mean, so chong.
Nathan, you're getting confused.
Oh, yeah, confused, you see. Him say pip. I mean, on top of them. I mean, chop. Aye. Oh, very sorry, you being I losing my place. I got over mixy up.
Now, that silly play certainly taught you one thing. You're a terrible writer.
And even worse as an actor.
You can say that again.
You're a terrible writer.
And even worse
All right. I'll stay in my fix-it shop. I don't want to be an actor. I can't do impersonations. I'll forget the whole thing.
Well, I'm glad to hear you've come to your senses, Mel. And to celebrate, I'll take you both to the movies. They're showing a wonderful Peter Lorre picture.
Peter Lorre? What do you want to go and see him for? I do a much better job. Listen to this.
I went to the morgue and a corpse in back of me fell down on me. But I didn't mind. It was just a friendly slab on the back.
Oh, Mel Blanc!
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Great waste of time, trouble, and money, we bring you the Bedlam News. The curtain is lowered, the studio darkened, the camera starts, and we bring you the latest news of the day. The Bedlam News sees nothing, shows all. Jamaica, Long Island, legalized betting returns to eastern racing tracks. State Senator Davidson opens festivities.
My friend, I think betting is a great thing for the taxpayer. The little money he has left after all his taxes are paid won't buy him anything. He might as well put it on a horse.
Hotshot Malcolm, bookmaker, has his opinion.
Legalist betting is here to stay. When the automobile was invented, I bet a guy 6-2 and even that the horse would come back. Here he is.
John Dunce, office worker, welcomes betting.
I lost my shirt here today, but it's legal. Well, it's the old saying. I made my bet so I can lay in it.
Memphis, Tennessee. Warm weather brings out hitchhikers. Boys and girls give roadside outlook for summer season. Mr. Norman Steer, motorist, raises objections. Mr. Steer.
Hitchhiking has got to go. Last year you couldn't see the scenery on account of the billboard. This year you can't see the billboards on account of the hitchhikers.
Hitchhikers of both sexes disagree. Miss Fawn McGurk.
I'm a school teacher, and I'm hitching to South Carolina to see my folks. I'm hoping to make 200 miles a day, barring accidents and monkey business.
Mr. Henry Clay has his difficulties.
Yes, sir. I got to do all my hitching in the daytime. Nobody can see my thumb at night.
Nanking, China. Japan closes China's open door. Listen closely, please.
Open up, you get the Chinese pigtail.
Flash. Dillinger scenes simultaneously in several cities throughout the country. Boston, Massachusetts.
I came home unexpectedly last night. I heard the noise in my wife's closet, and It might have been diligence, so I didn't look.
Berkeley, California.
My husband woke up this morning and missed 80 cents from his pants pocket. I convinced him it was Dillinger.
Miami, Florida.
I was out fishing today, and something pulled on my line, but it got away. Might have been Dillinger.
Somewhere in America.
This is Dillinger. These reports from different parts of the country is on the level, folks. That's me all over.
Cambridge, Massachusetts. Spring athletic season gets underway at Harvard. Captain of scrub team is optimistic.
With our new pails and brushes, we'll give Harvard a scrubbing this year that will make Yale look foolish. Come along, Biddy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This Bedlam News Service comes to you weekly. And now I'm going to ask Sylvia Cruz to sing, what is your first number, Sylvia? Thank you, Lenny. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Lenny Hayton and his Ipana Troubadours play a medley of tunes from Girl Crazy, featuring Lenny Hayton's nimble fingers at the piano. I wanted to tell you something more about the Ipana Dental Charm Contest and the free trip to the Chicago World's Fair here, but that'll have to wait a few minutes. For now, we take you to the Bedlam department store. While I'm drinking some coffee to stay awake long enough to give the employees a pep talk, Lenny takes us to the meeting.
To speak to you employees of the Bedlam department store at this pep meeting, and into each life some rain must fall. And to prove it, I present Mr. Allen.
Oh, thank you. I know you have all enjoyed Miss Kringle's message on shoplifting. And I hope when you leave the store tonight, you will remember Miss Kringle's words and take something away with you. But don't let me catch you. That reminds me of a very funny story. I'm not going to have time to tell it, so we'll all just have a good laugh and let it go at that. Thank you.
You said you had an idea to boom business.
Yes, Perkins. Starting tomorrow, I'm giving away free candy. Children will come from miles around, naturally, and get lost in the store. When the mothers come to look for their young, I want you to see that they do some shopping. Remember, no rough stuff. But you can hide the kiddies under the counters until the mothers ransom them with sales. And now that the meeting has taken up most of your lunch hour, we'll sing the store song and march gaily back to our counters. Ready? Go.
Selling over the Bedlam store. We're told that they will work and play. We'll get our roll and more. Selling.
Bedlam department store. Mr. Allen's office. Hold the line.
Hello. No, madam. We've discontinued our charge accounts. Starting today, we're doing a cash and carry business. I can sit on a what? Well, we're all out of tax, but I'll sit on something just as good. Yes. Listen, I don't care if you're head of the Light Brigade. You can't charge in here. Goodbye.
She has her nerve.
Those charge accounts are what ruined me.
Really?
Oh, I have nightmares every night. I see nothing but cuticles.
Cuticle? Where?
On the hands of the receivers.
Isn't there anything we can do?
Yes, take a memo. Starting tomorrow, all floor walkers will wear squeaky shoes.
Squeaky shoes? For what?
To keep the sales girls awake during business hours. Also, move the aspirin counter into my office
Yes,
here.
sir.
I've got more headaches than the customers.
Why don't you try marking down prices?
Prices are too low now. My burglars broke into the store last night and didn't steal a thing.
Why not?
When they saw the prices, it was cheaper for them to come back when the store was open and buy the stuff.
Hello? Yes, I'll tell him.
What? Who is that?
Someone at the complaint counter.
Well, a complaint is better than no business at all. I'll see what's wrong.
I want to see the manager.
That's what I've sent for Mr. Allen.
Well, what's askew, Mr. Moffat? Well,
Where in the world can I find a pair of the new Mae West corsets?
straight rear, madam.
Not straight rear. I said Mae West.
Oh, round in front, madam.
Oh, thank you.
Where do I get... Pardon me, where do I get things to match my complexion?
Leather goods, 2 aisles over.
Why, the idea.
Well, here's more trouble.
No, yes, Silva, I wouldn't listen.
But, Matilda, baby, you're busting up a beautiful romance on me.
Well, what is your complaint, folks?
Well, I'll tell you.
Don't listen to him, mister. I'm bringing back my hope chest here.
Look, she's breaking my heart, dear.
Hasn't our hope just been satisfactory, madam?
I'm changing my plans, mister, and my heart isn't in your chest.
Listen to her. She's driving me crazy. I'm telling you, my heart is chopped up like a herring.
Herring, don't you filter fish? I'm returning the chest.
What's happened to your engagement, Matilda?
Business is business, and Cupid doesn't live here anymore.
I'll tell you what happened. What happened to me shouldn't happen to a puppy. Everything is going like a bug in a jar. Until last night, I'm taking her to Radium City.
Oh, you joined the great majority, eh?
Well, in a picture comes a fella, Clark Gable, or something, and he starts kissing and schmoozing with vampires.
Ah, that's a man.
Well, so soon as Gable's doing his stuff, Matilda here, she's turning to me and she's saying to herself, so you're calling yourself hot stuff, eh? Wait on you.
Again on your big
Now, here, you two can exchange fooies at 20 paces outside. Here's your money, Matilda.
So what are you doing with the money, Len?
I got Gable's address. I'm buying a ticket to Hollywood.
Don't leave me flat, honeysuckle.
Yes, you can't rush off without one last word, Matilda.
Okay. You want a last word? Here it is. Fui.
You see?
Bedlam Department Store. Yes, he's here.
Hello. Yes. Yes, Mrs. Babel. You want 2 packages of Jell-O sent over COD. Okay. Yes, ma'am, right away. Well, you know the Bedlam service. You'll have your Jell-O in 2 shakes. Okay.
The efficiency man called up.
Has he made any improvements in the store?
Yes, he fired himself today.
Good. Where is Miss Pry, the store detective?
She's working in men's underwear this afternoon.
She is? Well, tell her to get back into her own clothes. You tell her I hired her for plain clothes work and not modeling.
Yes, sir. Oh, I forgot. There's a little girl waiting in the anteroom.
Raise the ante and tell her I'll see her.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Portland. I'm always happy to see a good customer.
I'm good, all right. I'm just coming back from church.
That's fine.
I'll intimate I only expected to do some window shopping, but your windows are so dirty I had to come inside to see what you're selling.
Well, what's on your mind?
Well, first I want to return these stockings for Mama.
Oh, yeah. Sheer?
No, she isn't here. She just set the stockings down.
Oh, yes, these are our Van Winkle hose.
Mama knew they were Van Winkle, all right. As soon as she put them on, she had a rip in both of them.
Well, that's the worst of these cotton stockings. The government plows under every 4th stocking, you know.
Papa says anybody who buys your stockings certainly gets a run for his money.
And you tell Papa if he spent the best years of his life in a basement, he'd be no bargain.
That's what Mama says sometimes.
No kidding.
Yes, Mama says when they took Papa's tonsils out, they should have kept the tonsils and thrown Papa away.
Oh, it's too bad Papa never came out of the ether.
He was just born too soon, I think.
You mean he was born once too often, don't you?
No, Papa's a self-made man. If he was born today, the NRA would have taken him over.
Yes, I think Papa's head would be a violation these days.
I'll intimate Papa's head comes under unfinished business.
I get it. He's anything but right mentally. But what about your shopping?
Oh, yes. I want to get a cigar holder for Uncle Felix.
Something fancy?
Yes, a cigar holder with a nose guard if you have one.
Does Uncle Felix smoke his cigars short?
I'll say half of the time you can't tell whether he's smoking a cigar or whether his chewing tobacco's on fire.
You're telling me? We're having a sale of blankets if you're interested.
No, I'm no Indian giver.
Well, how about something for Aunt Lily?
No, I'm going to buy her a lorgnette.
Oh, is she having trouble with her eyes?
Is she? The last time she was at our house, she broke up the whole dinner.
On account of her eyes?
Yes, she handed her prunes back to Mama and said, "This caviar has seeds in it."
Bedlam Department Store. Yes, ma'am. You want to return your canary and parrot? What's wrong? Last night, when you were entertaining your boyfriend in the parlor, the canary said, "Peep, peep," and the parrot said, "Peep, nothing, take a good look." Okay. Give the birds some hush money and send them back.
There are 2 more things on my list here.
Okay.
I want to get something for Cousin Luther. He likes to eat breakfast in bed.
Have you seen our new Servador twin beds?
No.
Just what you want. It's a combination bed with a grill under the pillow, a toaster on the side, and a percolator at the foot of the bed.
Oh, he'll be crazy about that. But where can he get his eggs?
There's a hen that lives under the bed and lays eggs in the mattress.
Oh, that's swell. Shall I take it with me, or will you send it?
Why don't you go down to the bundle counter and we'll wrap both of you up and deliver you to Mom.
Oh, that'll be fun. When she sees me in a bundle again, she'll think the stork is getting absent-minded.
That's fine. Goodbye, Portland.
Peekaboo.
There's a lady here who wants to get a game of ping pong for a little boy.
Tell her I'm too busy to play ping pong with kids during business hours. I'm going out.
Music department? Oh, I'll send Mr. Allen right in.
What's the trouble, Miss Sales?
They need you in the sheet music department right away.
I hope they don't call on me to sing unless it's an obligato. My voice could get...
Now, you'd better hurry. The sales girl is having some trouble.
Okay, I'll be right back.
That old man liver, he don't say nothing. He does.
Who are you, my raucous thrush?
Who am I? Who's he? Why, I'm Roy Ratwell. Roy Ratwell. Hail, hello, hail, fellow, all wet. I mean, all men.
You
wet.
look like a shabby hillbilly to me.
A flabby billbilly, a shillbelly, well, you know, they called me Good Slime Time Roy. I'm a street sweeper. I mean, a street singer, a palisatica ringer, and a singer, and a U-panner, an I-panner, snooper, troubadour, and on the hour of smells. Smile, and I can swing, I can sing better than Goody Rowley and Sylvia Fruce, and I can sing rings around wet Ted Webb.
I'll be trying to sell it some sheet music.
Oh, trying to sell me some meat music. You know, I want the songs that my dad and Mammy sang when I was a little tot. Songs like Liver, Stay Away from My Cat, my dog. And the old winning spiel. Spinning wheel.
Now, see here, my gibbering windbag.
Oh, who's a whibbering gin jag? I'm as quiet as a louse, a moose, a souse, a mouse.
Do you sing on the radio?
Of course I sing on the radio. Why, I want songs to sing on a wart shave set, short save wet, short rave slat, short save. Oh well, let it go.
Well, I get the general idea.
Yeah.
Now here's a song from that motion picture, 8 Girls in a Boat.
Oh boy, 8 boils on a goat. That's a hot one. Have you got that? Throw another log on the mire in the fire.
Yes, that's one of our hottest songs. And how about Orchids in the Moonlight?
More Kids in the Moonlight. Oh, no. Give me a good He-Man song like Fanny Doesn't Give Beer Anymore.
Stop trying the karaoke from Crying Down to Fleo.
Crying the tapioca from Crying Down to Fleo? Oh, I'll cry anything once. But say, how about stepping out with me tonight, I'm a lady with the devils. Oh, look me over, kid.
Why, see here, you psalm-singing gigolo, just because she's a poor, tattered working girl.
A poor working girl. And I'm not a sing-songing George Stagelo. A song, all work and no play keeps the doctor's apple away. The apple's doctor away. All work, there's so much bad in the rest of us. The best of us, and there's so much wood in the good of it, and the good in the worst of us. You're a bigger bum than I am. Excelsior!
By gad, this has gone far enough. My dear sir, have you heard Toski's goodbye?
Sure, he's a good guy. I've heard Frosty, good guy. Four score, and 7 beers.
Never mind. Frosty's goodbye. Get ready for Atwell's farewell.
Flat smells farewell? No, sir. You don't make me laugh.
Hey, Muggsy.
Yes, Mr. Allen, what's the trouble?
Give this guy the his usher.
Oh, boy, the hombre blockbuster.
Oh, bless you. Out you go.
Here, let me go. Go, wait, you can't do this to me. Here, yell, help. Hee-hoo, hoo-hoo.
There until I get a new seat in these trousers.
Is the bank going to take the store over?
They can't lick me. I'm putting over the biggest coup today any department store has ever known. We'll clean up.
What is it?
A sale on Swiss cheese. The ideal hot weather dessert. The air blows through the holes in the cheese and ventilates the entire dinner table. Get it?
Have you advertised the sale?
On the front page of every paper in town, I've got sandwich men going around in 3-decker formation. I've got a truckload of cheese on its way here now. The sale starts right away.
But I'm getting nervous. I wish you had the cheese in the store.
The truck will be here any minute. The Swiss Consul guaranteed delivery. Hello. What? Yes, Chief. They've hijacked my truckload of Swiss cheese. The leader France gang, hey? Yes, I wouldn't buy their bootleg cheese last week, you see. They've been trying to muscle in here on my territory for a long time. See if you can pick up the scent and call me back.
Oh, this is terrible. You haven't a piece of Swiss cheese in that store.
That Liederkranz gang can't get away with this. I'll go through with the sale. I'll have cheese if I have to take it out of every mousetrap in town. Come in.
Hi, Alan. Come in, fellas.
Okay, Louis. So it's you. Liederkranz, Louis. I thought you'd be paying me a visit. Come across with my cheese now, all right?
Pipe down, you fancy salesman.
I got him covered, Louis.
Hey, let me slug him one just for old lang time.
Why, you can't frighten me, boys. I used to room with Dracula.
And that stuff. Turned down my proposition last week.
Yes, you can't strong-arm me, Louis.
I got another deal waiting for your okay. You're advertising a big Swiss cheese sale, ain't you?
Yes, and I'm holding.
Yeah, well, I'm holding your truck. It'll cost you $1,000 to get your cheese back.
If I had $1,000, I wouldn't talk to you.
We'll give you 10 minutes to pay up, or we'll make this joint a shambles. Come on, fellas. Here we go.
Oh, you better pay them, Mr. Allen. They'll do something terrible.
Those rats can't steal the cheese from under my nose and get away with it. It isn't the principle of the thing with me, it's the money.
Mr. Allen.
What's up, George?
Well, the crowd has broken down the door. They want to buy the Swiss cheese you advertised.
A demonstration, hey?
We got nothing but American cheese. I brought it up here just outside the door.
Well, what good's that? They're hollering for Swiss.
Oh, look out!
Down on the floor. They're shooting from that roof. No, here. You're still working for me. Listen, George. Now, you go out and bring in all those cheeses. Now, hurry.
Yes, sir. It's all in this truck. I'll feed up right here.
What are you going to do, Mr. Allen?
Got an idea, Miss Sales. Where's my hat?
On your head.
All right, don't bother. I'll find it.
Here you are, Mr. Allen.
Fine. Now, keep down, George. Hand me one head of cheese at a time.
Yes, sir. Here. Take it.
Okay. Now, Miss Sales, put my hat on this cheese.
Yes, sir. Like this?
That's fine. Keep down on the floor, and don't get scared. When I hold this up, they're going to shoot at it. Watch.
Oh, look, good heavens, it's full of holes.
Exactly. George, take this down and sell it for Swiss cheese. My sale is open.
Oh, goody. It's just what we need. I'll be right back.
Quick. Hand me another head, Miss Sales.
Here you are.
Keep down now. Here it goes. Those idiots think they're shooting at me.
Well, the profile does resemble you.
Don't be silly. A cheese has no nose.
If a cheese had a nose, it would be ashamed of itself.
This is no time for epigrams, Miss Sales. Give me another head.
Say, we'll have all the Swiss we need in a minute.
More cheese. It's going like hotcakes.
Oh, heck, George. They've stopped shooting.
Oh, God.
Come in.
Come on, salesman. You thought you could fool Liederkranz Louis.
Your wife's just straight.
please, boys, I appeal to your better nature. Won't you please keep shooting holes in these cheeses?
Oh, listen, boys. Didn't you ever have a mother who was yearning for a Swiss on rye?
Nothing doing. We want $1,000 right now.
Come in.
See here, where's the proprietor? I am the Swiss Count.
Hi, Mr. Adams. What do you want?
Well, you have to stop selling that American cheese with a hole in it. It will ruin my country's business.
But it'll make this country American cheese conscious. It'll put thousands of unemployed back to work.
They're crazy about this American cheese with holes in it.
That'll be Swiss.
Louis, it's up to you. I appeal to you in the name of patriotism. It's for the good old USA.
I'll report it to the League of Nations. Stand back, everybody.
Louis, shoot if you must, this old gray head, but don't spare the cheeses.
I'm with you, Mr. Allen. Boys, when I give the word, open fire on the cheeses. Okay, Louis. American cheese for America. Ready? And fire!
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now we return to our musical program with the Sylvia Fruit, who has been waiting for us with Give Me Something to Remember You By.
Now, Mr. Allen.
Well, the question box is back from Florida and looking fine. This postcard written in Esperanto comes from Mr. Al Bird of St. Mary, Kentucky. Mr. Bird says, quote, I am a wallflower, and thanks to my inferiority complex, have been walking backwards for the past 10 years. I want to overcome my bashfulness, and since I like to eat, I thought I could become an after-dinner speaker and kill two birds with this one postcard. Can you help me to become a Toastmaster or an after-dinner wit? Unquote. Your letter has come to the right party, Mr. Bird. I have been speaking before, after, and during dinners all my life. The first after-dinner speakers, you know, were cannibal chiefs who used to grunt after they finished a wing of missionaries. Speakers still grunt today, but it is generally a tribute to the chef. The easiest way to master the gentle art of post-vitamin oratory is to spill a little water on your chair as the dinner starts. You will be happy to stand up when you are called on later. Rise briskly, clear your throat, and say, I'll take the check. You will be welcome at any dinner, Mr. Bird. And this speech will probably be greeted with cheers. When the stampede quiets down, just say, that reminds me of the two Irishmen. Everyone will get it at once. And before they can stop laughing, say, I thank you, and sit down. You can see how easy it is, Mr. Bird. If you ever feel as though your speech is going to lay an egg, move over near the Toastmaster. Nothing like dropped egg on Toastmaster. Get it? Mr. Bird. If you do have a problem that you want to get rid of, don't throw it out in back of the house with your spring cleaning. Send it to me on a postcard, and I shall be happy to make you the man of the hour even before daylight saving time comes in. This is Fred Allen saying good, spelled Titana, night, spelled Sal Hepatica. And don't forget, next Wednesday night, the Hour of Smiles brings you comedy. Drama.
Unhand my wife, you city slicker.
Oh, you mind your business, Hiram Jones.
Weather report.
Thursday, wet. Friday, wet. Saturday, want to buy a duck? Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Stock market news.
Hold American nickel till the operator gets your party.
And music.
This is the last announcement, ladies and gentlemen, of the great Ipana Dental Charm Contest. The last chance for girls and young women now listening to send in their photographs and make a bid for a free trip to a Century of Progress, Chicago. But it's still not too late. The contest does not close until next Monday, April the 30th at midnight. Choose one of your photographs tonight. Any kind will do. Write your name and address on the back and mail it to Ipana, I-P-A-N-A, care of the station to which you are now listening. Good night now until next Wednesday. Good night and keep smiling.
The selection of Here Am I from Sweet Adeline was heard on this program. This is the National Broadcasting Company.